There. Hi. You can't see me. I'm hiding. We see you. No, you can't. And look at me. I'm just a head. Look at me. I have devolved to my my original bit form. Just head. Nothing else. No body. Anyway. Ha boing. Hello. How you doing? Are you guys having a decent day? I hope so. Also, oh yeah, right. So nobody has spoken over on the Twitch side. So either they're being a very sassy group of quiets, or they don't exist. One of the two. Alright, so we're going to be doing some Power Wash Simulator while also just sort of chilling out, talking about random stuff, all that kind of silly jazz. And also, I will have a call up in the event that anybody wants to jump in and harass me. Also, hold on a sec before I forget, I will also mute Discord audio over on this computer, because I forgot to do that before. Playing Uncharted 2, and this is what happens. Mountains, statues, and Yetis. See, I've never played an Uncharted game, because like that's majorly a PlayStation game. I think I might have played the demo, or a demo of Uncharted on PlayStation Vita, when I was trying to use Vita at one point. But then Vita was like, you know, didn't work out. And I didn't really use it for much else of, like, anything. Alright, let's move over to the game tab, shall we? Ba-da-ba. I forgot I put the skeleton down there. I was just like, whoa! Who is this creature? Alright, well, hello. Hello, spooky skeleton. Wah! Skeletor! Alright, let's unmute the thing. Oh, right. I think that's the audio for the Discord calls. Don't want that muted. There we go. First 3 games have a supernatural element. The 4th one, nah, just pirate treasure. Ah, goodbye, mysticism. You know what meme that reminds me of? Bad to the Bone? The Bad to the Bone, like, da-da-da-da-da. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine. That also. And there's a shell in there. Hello. How you doing? Ah, delicious water. Delicious. Speaking of water, we're going to be doing some aquatic-related things today. Because this is one of the more recent free DLCs that came out for Power Wash Simulator. Honestly, Power Wash Simulator has been out for long enough that I feel like, and they've got so many free DLCs out, I feel like they could probably just start charging for them. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, we're going to go and check out the aquarium. So yeah, that should be fun. How you doing, Wishy Washers? I don't know what you saw on the way over here, but the entire Crab Bay area has been hit by a freak wave, and that obviously includes our Marine Life Conservation Center. Conservation Center, Jesus. Luckily, we were pre-warned by our friends at Caldera University Seismology Department that something was happening, so we managed to get an evacuation program going for all the open-air tanks in the aquarium. You'll be pleased to know that none of the animals were harmed. In fact, we're up 2 whelks and a starfish. We've just claimed them. Anyway, nevertheless, our swell friend made quite an impression, and to be on the safe side, we need to sanitize the place before we introduce the animals and open up again. You know, fair enough. Let's go ahead and just do a funny rinse. Starting the job. I've already done all the other things. Hush. Quick question. What do you think of ASMR? Just random question. It doesn't hit me like other people. I see the appeal. I understand like what the appeal is. It doesn't really hit me though. You know, like I don't get the ASMR tickles. So, I don't know. Oh boy. Crab Bay Aquarium. Nice. So I remember I was on Twitter and I saw that they posted some like teaser pictures for what the DLC was, and all they did was they literally just showed like a super bright version of this. Like, you know, they pressed this button, screenshotted, and then like sent that, and just being like, "Hey, what do you guys think the next DLC is?" And then somebody messed around with like picture quality and saturation, and like for the most part, people were able to determine that this was an aquarium, and then they were just like, "What? That's illegal. What? How dare you?" They you know, they went and they pulled a you know, a spooky ARG darkened picture trick, and I think that's hilarious. I get so mesmerized by the carpet cleaning ASMR. I mean, it's kind of like carpet cleaning ASMR. It's a little bit like this, you know, where it's just you're watching the thing, and then like you're watching them going over the carpet, one stripe after another, after another, after another, you know. Strange seeing the center like this. It's normally so full of life. Oh, do tell. In fact, you're one of the only people to see it like this in decades. Do you mean you guys never close ever? I feel like you should. That's a lot of foot traffic and a lot of like annoyance. Over time that over that time it's had an incredibly checkered past. What happened here? What controversies have happened inside the frickin' aquarium? What? Confuzzle. It hasn't been closed, apparently. Alright, fine. Very mysterious. Well, let's just clean it and make it look shiny and brand spanking new for all the patrons of the town. Bah, Jesus! And it starts. The bullying begins. How dare you people? How dare you all? Guess they couldn't pay the cleaning bill. No. This happened after one very unfortunate, like, you know, I guess tidal wave of the ocean nearby. This didn't just, you know, it's not like this is the way the place has looked for the entirety of its existence. It's fine. They're not complacent. No worries. No worries at all about that. God, so the other day I was watching somebody play Power Wash Simulator, and maybe it's because I've gotten really, like, stuck up in the way that I do my sort of, like, you know, passes left and right and the gentleness of it. But I saw one person who was just, like, you know, running through the area with, like, smallest jet, or, like, you know, one of these jets, and just being like, and also like, how did do, and I was just like, stop it! Not satisfying. Not satisfying. Sweeps. 2 even sweeps. There we go. And then when you need to go up and down a wall, you do this. How dare you do this to me, fine sir? I don't know. I don't want to be a power washing elitist or anything, but maybe the fish got revenge and dirtied the place up to show humans how they feel. Oh, do you think this is like a, you know, a sentient fish situation where like a bunch of the fish called out to like the other fish out in the ocean? Just, thank you. Yippee! They called out a bunch of the other fish in the ocean, and they were just like, you know, which was, you know, it's whale for, hey, I'm trapped in here, fuck this place up. I like this theory. This is a good theory. There we go. I'm going to move you out of the way. There we go. Squeaky clean. Called in Poseidon. Right? Aquaman got their number, and they're just like, I'm fucking this place up. Actually, well, the dude did mention a checkered past. So do you think that, like, maybe that's one of the reasons? I mean, I'm willing to bet that that checkered past is probably about to make some kind of a reference to SeaWorld. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Frickin' SeaWorld. I remember growing up, they were really good at their PR, man. Like, they were just like, oh, yeah, come to SeaWorld. We're really great with animals. We love aquatic creatures. And, you know, we love to give them life and give them, like, chance to give good shows. And also, like, you know, we care a heck of a lot about the animals. And then you find out that, like, oh, so great. You know, like, the killer whales are not supposed to really be bred in captivity. And the entirety of the fact that they had killer whales in the first place is kind of like, you know, a catch-22 or, you know, an oxymoron. And, you know, all of the killer whales within their ownership were more or less just incredibly stressed out all the frickin' time. And I don't know whether or not they still have killer whales or whether or not they're phasing that out. I've heard they're phasing it out. But, you know, yeah, in the end, they actually just didn't care. Well, was it abuse per se, or was it just negligence? I don't know. I think it was mostly just the fact that, like, you're really not supposed to have killer whales in captivity, straight up. I mean, one thing is definitely for certain. They did not take care of those animals, and people paid for it at the end of the day, which is not okay. And I'm kind of glad that, like, you know, people have woken up to that. And it's one of those things that I hope that other places, like, you know, aquariums and stuff like that, get a very similar kind of treatment at the end of the day. You know, it's just like, hey, if you're going to have animals in captivity, you'd best be taking good freaking care of them. There we go. I would say both. A good, healthy amount of both. Yeah. I'd go with that. There we go. It's good to get that SeaWorld conversation out of the way, because you know it was going to happen. Eventually. Take it from me, the Waterman. I care a heck of a lot about water and water species. Da-da-da-da-da. Anyway, so what do they have on display here at the aquarium? Hermit crabs! This was a hermit crab station. Well, they got rid of them just for the sake of making sure that they're safe. Okay. That is fair. So I guess that means we're not going to be seeing any of the animals unless they're, like, already inside the aquarium tanks. Oh, well. What you gonna do? There we go. Clean this guy up. Sponge boy me, Bob! That's a good question. Do you think we're going to find a reference to SpongeBob anywhere? God, I hope so. I want somebody to just leave a kitchen sponge conveniently, like, next to the starfish. That would make me happy. That would make me super happy. There we go. Snap versus Kermit the Frog. Kermit's not really a fighter, so I feel Kermit would lose. Unless we're talking, like, one of those silly meme versions of Kermit the Frog. Because I know there's a lot of those. There is a SpongeBob DLC. Well, yeah, that's true. They do have a SpongeBob DLC. So you know that, like, they're at least interested in SpongeBob in some way. So I think it'd be funny if they had a little bit of, like, a nod to SpongeBob in this DLC as well. Here, let me adjust the height of my head real quick. Yeah. Bop, bop. Here we go. I didn't even finish up the entrance. I just, like, I busted in and I was just like, no, must clean in here. Must make this place clean. Nah, whatever. This is Power Wash Simulator. There are no rules. There we go. Anyway, so I mentioned yesterday that I was going to continue the, you know, the story of my crappy job that I had previously. I think I'm going to go ahead and, like, start up on that, just because there's nobody currently in the chat except for the funny skeleton listening to me. What if they made Hat in Time DLC? I know there's like, creator DLC that's currently being made by a couple of different people. Whether or not it's actually going to become creator DLC, who the heck knows? I think it'd be kind of cool if official DLC came out, but I get the feeling Gears for Breakfast has kind of like moved past that, and I think they want to move into making like new IP instead of just continuing to keep working on the exact same game. I mean, you can only work on one game for so long before you need to start making money, and I feel Gears kind of needs to get into that mode, you know? They've been doing great work as a publisher. They've been doing great work on just, the merchandise and stuff like that. I think now would be a good time for them to start, like, open up new avenues. Kermit versus Barnaby. Oh, Barnaby would win. Kermit's not really, like, a joke teller. Now, if you said, Barnaby versus Fozzie the Bear, that is, that's a possible contender right there. Anyway, right here. So last time that I talked about that previous job I had, just to give a little bit of like, an overview of what I was talking about. I worked at a place that technically was not classified as a factory by technicality, but the work that they had was definitely sort of like factory adjacent. And so essentially I was working a factory job without any factory benefits, which was really shitty. But on top of that, it was also not a very nice place to work, bog standard. Now, the last time that I was, ranting and raving about that was last stream, where I talked about the one time that, they were trying to stack a bunch of jobs because it was the late shift and nobody, people were like leaving in droves, and whenever somebody left, they needed to find somebody to fill up a position. And so, naive little me, they were just like, hey, they don't know their job description. Let's pile on the jobs onto this guy. And so, I ended up with several freaking jobs around the place, to the point that they were trying to push like a bunch of jobs on me that involved me like walking to the other side of the factory just so that I could like sort out some factory lines so that I wouldn't have a bunch of stuff back up on my lines. While also simultaneously, putting interest and emphasis on making sure that my lines don't end up, like, stopping at any point. So I had to, like, also work on my lines and also sort out my lines at the exact same time, which is not possible, and, it just... I mean, not really a probable thing to do. They had a night shift, and they made you stay that night while watching out for the hash-slinging slasher. Thankfully, no. They didn't have me looking for the hash-slinging slasher. To be fair, that was one of those jobs that even if the hash-slinging slasher did show up, I feel like a lot of the people that were working there would probably be so burnt out and tired that they'd be like, whatever, either take whatever you want or kill whatever you want and leave. It's fine. Kill Bob on, Section 3. He doesn't do enough work. He doesn't, he's kind of overstaying his welcome. Whatever, nobody likes Bob. I think that'd be a funny concept for a horror movie. Just like a horror villain that no matter what he does, nothing can be scarier than, the current real world we're living in. I'm sure that movie probably exists, but I wonder, that concept in current time, I think would be kind of funny. Anyway, so let's get into some of the other bullshit things that happened at that job place, though. Let's see. Okay, again, there was that whole... Now, again, night shift, which was miserable. And I wasn't getting paid any extra amount of money for working the night shift. It was just a case of, oh, it's just another shift that we need to cover. Though, I feel like anybody that works nights, you should be getting, considerably higher compensated than people who work days. in my opinion, just because there is so much of your life that ends up being drained through a spigot simply for the fact that you're working a night shift. You know, you don't realize how many things that you are missing out on when you decide to take up a night shift. You know what I mean? 5 nights while keeping watch on quirky employees. Actually, yeah, quirky employees for sure. If you said animatronics, I would have said nope. But there are some quirky employees that were there, that's for sure. And I heard some interesting rumors every now and then of people just being like, dude, did you hear how Jimmy, did you hear how Jimmy quit? You know, that kind of thing. Though I get the feeling that those were stories that were overinflated. You know what I mean? Because like a little bit later, I found out that maybe those work stories were kind of like a little bit too tall of tales. You know what I mean? Would it be okay if I added Snap to character AI? I don't really like AI in general, and I definitely don't like anything associated with me to be connected to AI, so the answer is no. Thank you for asking, but no. I very much would like that to not happen. Though, now that I have said that, the internet is going to just go ahead and do that anyways, because it's the internet and people are jerks. It's just like, what? Somebody doesn't like something on the internet? Well, make it happen 10 times harder!
Character AI is pretty harmless, though. It's just basically chatbots.
Yeah, but still, at the exact same time, it's people who are just like, hey, look, I made a funny chatbot that lets you talk to this celebrity, and you're just like, that seems like the grounds for a potential cease and desist. I don't know.
Nobody uses it for celebrities. They use it for fictional characters.
I don't know. I'm still like, you say AI to me, and I just sort of like, you know, I shrivel up inside. You know what I mean?
I feel that, but out of all of the AI things, I found the character AI chatbots to be the most harmless thing, because they're so, like, polluted by fandom, for lack of a better word, that, like, these aren't going to be making anybody any money.
Well, yeah, obviously. Like, nobody is going to be making money off of somebody that is making, like, an AI character on the platform. Like, I'm not too worried about that. Again, I've heard that I have a character AI over on that website, which I you know, in the past I have asked to have those things take down, and they did honor it at one point. They have stopped just honoring it by, like, honor, though, you know, on the honor system. Now they actually
just can't keep track of it all. Like,
well, yeah, they probably can't. So they actively ask you to hand in information about, like, you know, copyright and your ownership information before they allow you to be able to have stuff removed. So, you know, even if you didn't like the idea of having your stuff over on their website, you can't really do anything unless you actually have, like, specific patents or copywritten material. So
makes sense.
I get it. It's annoying though. But anyways, how's it going, Nova?
Okay. Just drawing something. I finally finished my videos on about my Gravity Falls fan game. Please watch them. That project was like 8 years in the making. I'm so glad it's finally complete in a way now.
Hurrah! Oh god, everybody and their dog is currently freaking out about Gravity Falls at the moment.
I'm so glad. We're so back. We are so back.
Yeah, you are so back. I am really wondering, like, are we teasing another season? Like, I'm seriously
No. It's because they got a new book.
I mean, I know that, like, Bill Cipher got a new book, but god, there's just, like, so much hype around this book. I'm like,
sweetie, I have been in the Gravity Falls fandom since day one. I watched the premiere of Tourist Trapped when it premiered on Disney in 2012.
Mhm.
I have been there literally since the beginning. I remember when people were drawing Bill Cipher before he was in the show. Like, when he was just the pyramid guy at the end of the intro sequence. And people
Oh.
were drawing him like, who is this guy? He seems cool. He's just... We knew literally nothing about him. We didn't even know his name.
Who's Funny Triangle
Drew
Man?
him,
I'm drawing
and it was
Triangle
really cool. And then
Is this a
it
cult
was
shit?
really funny
And then
when
you
he was
were
actually
like,
in
oh,
the show.
oh, it is a cult
Yeah.
shit.
Yep.
We have learned. There we go.
I pre-ordered my copy of the Book of Bill the day it was announced, and I got the limited edition version that Alex first signed. So.
Oh, good stuff.
I also have the limited special edition journal, Blacklight edition of Journal 3, that they only made 10,000 copies of.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Bendy got theirs day one. Good stuff.
Yeah,
good stuff.
I got mine. I ordered it, and then it arrived the day after it released, so
That's
which is
cool.
pretty fast.
Yeah. But that, that 24 hours that you're just waiting for it to finally show up to your doorstep, though.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if it was even 24 hours. It was like almost even a little less, maybe. Yeah, like showed up.
Wait,
it showed
you
up
were
like
timing it?
like
You were clocking it?
like it came out on a Tuesday, and then I got it like the morning of the Wednesday after, like early in the morning.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, I actually have the Blacklight edition Journal 3, which they only made 10,000 copies of, so that's one of my most prized possessions because it is worth like thousands and thousands of dollars now. It's insane what that thing goes for.
Sweet. See,
I'm never selling it, but it's worth insane amounts. Yeah, the website we got a website. There's a tie-in website for the Book of Bill called thisisnotawebsite.com.com.
Yep. Well, that's the one I was thinking about.
That one's been pretty fun. Apparently, we have not solved everything on it yet. We thought we finally did, but now in the prize that we thought was like, oh, you've solved everything, here, have this prize. We think there might be more secrets in the prize. So I was just in a call with some people on the Gravity Falls Reddit server, and they were trying to figure out what secrets were lurking in the prize. And I'm like, y'all are crazy. I wouldn't even think I figured this would have been the end, but no, there might be more.
That sounds about accurate for Gravity Falls. Honestly.
It's very, yeah, we can't forget, this is the guy who, the Cypher hunt, when that happened, literal world global scavenger hunt. And the Matt Patton weird out. Yeah, the Matt Pat one was actually based. This
so hold on a
time
second.
you're on your own.
I don't know if I saw the Weird Al one. I saw the Matt Pat one.
Yeah, the Weird Al one is you just put in weird, and then it's Weird Al in the computer, and he's freaking out because he doesn't know how he got in here.
Oh, I have to go and see that.
That one's great, yeah. There's also
awesome.
one if you put in, I forget what you put in for it, but there's a video of Charlie Day, the actor, like, going on a crazy conspiracy rant, about the website, which is really funny.
That's a fun reference. There is no Pepe Sylvia.
Yeah, it's just like that, but for the website.
Frickin' rad.
It's great.
I know that if you type in Skibbity into the thing, it just says
put in a bunch of if you put in a bunch of meme stuff like that, it'll say life privileges revoked, releasing toxic gas.
Accurate.
Though if you put in the gun, it says oh yes they both, which is pretty good.
Wait, what?
If you put in the gun or gun, it says oh yes they both.
The gun. What's that a reference to?
It's a song. They both reach for the gun from Chicago.
Oh, interesting. Actually, I did not know
apparently it's a meme. I didn't realize that. I just knew the song and the musical, but apparently it's a meme, so it's okay.
All right.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I am uncultured swine, so I don't know.
And if you type in pinata, you get footage of some kid actually beating up a Bill Cipher pinata, which is pretty great.
Yeah, I've seen that one all over Twitter.
That one was really good.
There we go.
Yeah, I love the Bill Pinata.
Very rarely have I seen, like, fandoms ending up getting, like, this... basically getting fed this much. You know what I mean? Especially ones that have been as dormant as this one has.
Alex is the king, you know? This guy, again, this is the guy that organized Cypher Hunt. He knew what he was doing. He knew how to get all our fires lit again.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, the Dorito Screamer. That one's good.
Dorito Screamer? What?
If you put in Dorito, you get a Screamer. I'm like, well, yeah, yeah.
Oh, is that a thing making fun of Bill Cipher?
It's like a video of it slowly zooms in on this triangle, and then you get and then there's a loud sound and a really creepy picture of Bill.
Ah, okay. Again, I'm making the assumption it's because people call him a Dorito.
Yeah. I think you can put in Dorito, or you can put in chip, or you can put a corn chip. You get the same thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's like over 200 things you can put into the computer and get different images or text or videos.
How scattershot
It's crazy how big that site is.
I mean, like, I don't know how far data mining can go when it comes to, like, figuring things out.
It's pretty, yeah, the best thing we can do is, like, run a bot to run different words through it. But the thing is, there's things that you wouldn't know to put in unless you found them already. Like, there's a lot of, like, backwards words. Like, we found a big one today by putting in connect the dots backwards and paranoid backwards. So, Diona rap, which is paranoid backwards. You put that in and you get something big. That's fun. That one was hysterical. They actually roasted a popular artist. So let me show this, because this is really, really freaking funny.
Crabs. Get that out of the way.
Put it in image share.
Snap went to boom. Snap is fine. Image share, eh?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
It's like 3 images.
Ah, got it.
I have to post here.
Go. What else is in this place? Sea marrows. I'm currently cleaning an aquarium. All right.
They roasted this one very specific human Bill Cipher design
The
from
imposter.
like 2014, and I lost my mind. Like, imagine being that artist right now. Holy shit! Imagine you draw something.
I have been noticed.
It gets really popular, and then 10 years later, the official creators roast you for it.
Goddamn.
That is on another level.
That is on another level. Okay, not exactly that, but I do remember that have you seen Weird Al's new polka?
Oh, I'm not.
First,
we still make
are you a
That's
fan
pretty
of
sweet.
Weird Al?
I am a fan of Weird Al, but I don't keep up with his latest stuff. I didn't know. Whenever I hear he's still making music, I'm like, damn, good for him.
Mm-hmm. Well,
man is like in his 60s.
He's ended like his contract with like his main record publisher or whatever the heck. Like, he is now done with them. That was one of the reasons why he named his previous album, Mandatory Fun. Because it was like the final album that he had to make underneath his publisher or like his record deal.
Funny. I didn't know that was why it was called that. That's great.
Or at least like that's kind of the prevailing theory, if I remember right. But yeah, he still does like the odd parody every now and then whenever he feels like it, I guess. But that's like very rare. And again, he just released a new polka, except this one is more focused on, well, it's been 10 years since the release of Mandatory Fun, and now I'm just going to just cover a whole bunch of the music that's been popular for 10 years. And so, yeah, a bunch of like really popular, like #1 hits or, you know, big hits of the last decade showed up in the newest polka.
Really funny.
And it's good. But one of the interesting things about it, aside from Weird Al making a new polka and making everybody happy, is that there is a really well-known fan animation for Albuquerque that was done by this one artist. I'm trying to remember his name. I apologize. That artist ended up in the music video for this new one.
Oh.
He did animation stuff for the new polka music video, and it's freaking awesome.
That's so cool.
And I don't even remember when he made that Albuquerque video. It was a while ago. And I guess Al saw that, and he's just like, I like.
Guy, yeah.
Here, let me pay you.
That's the dream, you know?
Right? It's just like, I've been recognized. And you're
That's
just
really
like,
great.
oh God, oh no, where's my shack? I need to hide in it. I need to return. I need to
really
return to
hope
the.
So I know what their blog name was like 10 years ago. The artist who drew that human bill that got roasted, their blog at the time was called Life Writer. So that was their handle at the time. I don't know if they're still around or if they go by a different handle now or something, but I hope they are. I hope they see this, and I really want to see like what their reaction is to their human bill basically being acknowledged officially, which is because this is so funny.
Right.
Like, I want to see if they're like, are they like, I want to know if their reaction is like, should I be offended? Should I be honored?
I would not be offended in the least if it was me.
No, I would be like, fuck you, I'm canon, bitches.
Right. It was just like, haha.
I would be.
I've been noticed.
Yeah, I hope they're a good sport about it.
Yeah. I certainly would be. Good God, where's the rest of the scuzz on this rock? Yeah.
I was shocked
If
to
you type
find
in-
out reluctantly going back to Tumblr that a lot of the blogs that I followed like 5 or more years ago are still active. I'm like, wow, you guys really just never left.
Nope. They knew the train they were getting on. That train ain't got no brakes.
Yeah, the only real reason I left is because I got.
You got what? Oh no, you got disconnected. The only reason they left is because they got disconnected. Hopefully that's not me. I don't think so. I lost a few frames in a couple spots, but I think I'm good. Oh no, I'm all alone. I'm alone in my own thoughts. Save me. Bill got her. No! Funny Triangle Man got them. Also, I saw earlier Nova said that they got a microwavable snap plush. Sister wanted to use it, and it went boom. Like, so I know that like some people do that where they like microwave some types of plushies so that they're like a little bit warmer. I'm certain that you probably need to make sure that whatever is inside of it is not made out of any sort of like metal, because that sounds like a very bad idea. It's funny that like how many people don't know that it is a bad idea to microwave metal. Yeah, don't do that. Bad things happen when you microwave metal. A lot of electricity and arcing. Yeah, no, not good stuff. Bad thing to do. Here, I think I'm going to swap over to slightly longer range. It's not too far away. It's just kind of annoying. Oh, wait, I'm no longer in the call? What do you mean? How? Why? What? It seems you've gone inactive on us. We've gone ahead and moved you to the inactive channel. What are you talking about? I'm not inactive. What?
It was like,
Discord?
I think I'm here. Where's Bit?
What the heck? No, Discord just kicked me into the inactive channel. Why? I'm not inactive.
Discord, you jerk. What are you doing?
Is it because of like hold on a second. I'm gonna go into user settings. Voice chat. I'm gonna like set the automatic stuff a little bit lower. There we go. Maybe now that my my microphone isn't constantly peaking, maybe it'll be like, oh, there is somebody there. Frickin' heck, man.
You think Bill did it?
Yeah, Bill.
Nope.
Bill heard us talking shit.
I would never talk shit about him.
No, of course not.
Have you seen my mountain of plushies?
I don't know if I've seen your mountain of plushies.
Let me show you.
But I'm sure that it is gargantuan. I know that I got like a shelf of plushies, and I've reached a point where I'm starting to seriously consider buying like a big old IKEA shelf for displaying them. Because I got too many. And I don't want to just like, I don't want to take them and like just toss them onto a bed or like on a couch or something. Like that doesn't feel special. But I have no more room left. And like Barnaby B. Beagle just has to kind of sit off to the side being like, oh man, I want to be over there with the other chums. Oh, that's a lot of Bill.
Oh, that's not
So many
even
different
my.
variations.
Hold on, that's not even the right. That's just my Gravity Falls shelf. Here is
Oh.
my. Cause. Freaking. Dude,
It's
I
so
hate
weird
GIF
seeing
files.
2D
I wish
characters
they would die.
remade in 3D.
Okay, here is the plushie pyramid.
Oh wow, that is a gargantuan more amount of Bill. So every single time that you have ever been like either online and shopping for plushes or out and about and found a Bill plushie, you were just like, that.
Yeah, pretty much. I used to go to a ton of conventions. I haven't a lot, mostly since COVID, and also because of my spinal issue.
Why is
Which I'm
one
finally
of them
seeing a surgeon for getting consulting with a surgeon for on Wednesday. Yay! But yeah, because I can't walk them, can't really do them anymore. But yeah, from like 2013 to 2018, I would go to multiple conventions every year, and this was during like the heyday of Gravity Falls, and Bill was such an easy plush to make that whenever you go to a convention and you go to a booth where somebody was making custom plushies, they probably have Bill, so I'd always buy one, and before I knew it, I ended up with over a dozen of them.
Dear God. Also, one of them is very pillow.
And one of them is the mini Dakimakura one. I saw that and I cracked up so hard I had to have it. Like I'm like, this is so funny. I need this.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair. You're just like, that is stupid. Please let me buy it.
That's incredible. I need it.
I've
It's not
done
even a
purchases
human
like
Bill.
that.
It's just regular triangle Bill, and I'm like, yeah,
It's
it's
just
perfect.
Right. I'm trying to remember the last time I've ever done a purchase like that where I saw something that was just so out of this world stupid that I was just like, I have to have this. Because I know I've done that before. Shoot. Oh. If you type in Alex, you get sent to eBay on his jacket.
Flannel
you can get
shirts,
something.
yeah.
Oh, okay. You can get something
Get
if
Alex
you get
gets
really
get
lucky.
Alex gets you flannel shirts. Gideon gives you sweat-resistant bolo ties or an MP3 of him singing, which is funny.
That's funny.
Grant, if you put in Abuelita, I think you get an ad for vacuums that vacuum the ceiling.
What the hell? I'm sure that a lot of this stuff is like a lot funnier when you've actually watched the show. I am so bad.
I mentioned the Giffany one too. Yeah, if you put in Giffany multiple times, you get a folder that says "I'm never leaving," and then inside is just a bunch of pictures of Giffany and then some ASCII art of her, which is funny.
Oh, ASCII art? Nice.
Yeah. She's like, I'm never leaving.
The museum is currently talking to me.
It's like, yeah, sure thing, honey. Your dude.
Mm-hmm.
Monica already stole your stick. Sorry.
Legend
I
has
am
it
so
that
freaking
it was
convinced.
inspired by
I am so freaking convinced that the entirety of Doki Doki Literature Club was just inspired by Dan Salvato watched that one episode of Gravity Falls and like, I know what I'm doing next. Because there's even concept art of Monica where she has a big, like, hair bow just like Giffany, and I'm like, I know what you were doing, man.
I smell what you're cooking. I'm picking up what you're putting down. There we go. There's all the walls. So when was the last time that you've been to, like, an aquarium or something similar?
Probably not since... Probably last time I went to an aquarium was, like... Probably the Georgia Aquarium. Might have been with my ex-girlfriend. I did go there with my ex-girlfriend once, back in, like... Might have been 2015-ish, something like that.
Okay. Were there any, like, you know, particularly funny exhibits or any interesting animals?
I remember a bunch about it.
I do remember, like, the last time I went to an aquarium was way back. I think I went to SeaWorld
Ripley's
before
Aquarium
a
in
bunch
Myrtle
of,
Beach
like...
a couple of years ago.
Ooh. Yeah, to be similar. Last time I went to, like, an aquarium, I think I went to SeaWorld, except, you know, that was before they ended up being, like, outed as being terrible. Also, I didn't pay to go in there. I had, like, a family friend who happened to be working at that SeaWorld, and I was just like, oh, sweet, free tickets. So, you know,
yeah, I was at one point I was friends with somebody whose dad was a security officer at Disney World, so I got into Disney World for free.
Yo.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, as free as you can when it's Disney World, and there's probably a lot of other things that you need to buy.
Yeah, I mean, like, we still had to pay for food and junk, but we didn't have to pay for our tickets, so that was pretty sweet.
I mean, get whatever amounts of rebates you can get, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, you know, money back. I have never been to Disney World or any sort of Disney park.
Hey.
I mean, I've never lived at a place that actually has a Disney park, and every time I've ever gone to a place that has a Disney park... Well, like, every time I've, like, ever gone to a place that has a Disney park, I'm just so distracted by doing anything else other than Disney, you know? Like, I've been to California a couple of times, but I was busy doing other stuff in California. Because that place has got freaking everything.
To Orlando a bunch of times because sometimes my dad would need to go there for business trips. I guess I guess this company has like some offices and stuff around there, so sometimes we go there for business trips, and then while we're there, we just go to Disney World.
Let me think. The closest I've gotten, again, I went to San Francisco, and there was a moment where I was talking to people and asking, like, should we just, like, take should we take, like, a train trip out to LA? Or, you know, like, you know, anywhere where there is a Disney theme park or anything similar. Actually, wait, that was Universal Studios. Sorry. Where's, like, I mean, there is Disney California, but where's that located? God, I don't remember.
It's Anaheim.
Anaheim. Okay. Well, I have no idea whether or not I was close to it or not then. Yeah.
Remember how far Anaheim is from LA. I don't think it's super far. I've never actually been to California.
Oh, it's freaking great. Yeah, I should at some point.
I'd love to go.
It is just so fresh. It is like, I mean, you know, sometimes it's really warm, but like it's also that sort of like, it's not even an uncomfortably humid warm. It's more like a breezy warm. You know what I mean?
Nice, yeah.
The comfortable kind. And then, like,
I used to think I'd end up moving out there for work, but I never graduated, so I never ended up going out to LA for work.
Yeah. Bendy says, still hyped for Epic Universe, mainly so I can ride the Monsters Unleashed ride and show everyone I'm a man by taking on the scariest ride they have. I don't know much about Epic Universe. What is Epic Universe?
Idea what that is.
And Chatty is excited about their current hyperfixation. I must hear this. Feed me the hyperfix. I wish to consume. Here, I'm actually in close quarters. We can turn that off. I'm still trying to think of, like, I mean, I'm sure that anything that I bought that, like, I saw that was stupid. I mean, it kind of comes back to, like, I probably bought really stupid stuff while I was on vacation simply because I saw it, went, that's dumb, and I went yoink. So I have to look through, like, my memorabilia at, you know, for vacations and stuff and find what the dumbest thing I bought was. Oh, it's an expansion to the park. It'll have Universal Monsters, How to Train Your Dragon, and Nintendo Land. Oh, okay. All right. I want to go to Nintendo
Land. I've seen videos and stuff of it, but I've not been there yet.
Mm-hmm. I want that so bad. Like, if there is any reason to go to a theme park for me, it's definitely Nintendo Land.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Now, I'm trying to remember what kind of rides they have. I know that there's one Nintendo Land that I think is being worked on in Japan, and that one... Oh, wait, no. It's like a Donkey Kong Country expansion, if I remember right. And there is an actual, like, kart ride for Donkey Kong Country, which is freaking genius.
Oh, that's cool.
It's freaking obvious is what it is. It's just like,
I know the Nintendo Land in Florida already has like a Bowser's Castle Mario Kart ride thing.
Ooh, fun. Oh, you know, one of the regrets that I have, I went out to San Francisco a while back, and the one regret that I have is that we were so busy and we were so, like, distracted by so many other things that when we went out to the arcade to go take a look at a bunch of arcade stuff they had there, I didn't get the opportunity to play on one of the Mario Kart arcade machines. And that makes me sad, because I think that would have been really fun to try. But the issue is, like, that's one of, like, the big popular machines at the arcade. So you getting an opportunity to even be on that arcade machine is very low. And even then, you probably have to be, like, standing in the line. So for us, we kind of looked at it and went, oh, no, we could do a lot of other things right now. Let's just go do,
Makes
like,
sense,
other things.
Unfortunately.
It makes me upset. Because I love Mario Kart. That would have been neat.
That would have been cool.
Ooh,
Yep,
there's an emo
I
fish
would
in
like
here.
to go to. I really want to go to Florida again. Like, not even necessarily to Orlando. Like, I want to go to. I want to go to the beach. I want to go to Key West.
I've been to the beach a couple times. I don't know. I'm not massively into swimming, so for me, like, the beach isn't.
Swimming.
It's not really my
Swimming
bag.
is. I love it. Because it's the only exercise where you don't get sweaty.
This is true. You just, like, you know, discussed all the other fish in the area. Just like, what smells like human in here? I have a
Funny,
Mario
though,
Kart
the
arcade
water-
booth
the
in an
wa-
arcade where I live.
The water
Lucky
guy
you.
isn't into swimming. That's a little ironic.
I know. I know. I've made jokes about it before, being like, oh, no. Lore reason why I don't like swimming is because I'm terrified of what happens when when a water elemental jumps into a large body of water. What happens? Do you dissolve, or you become the water source?
You become more powerful.
I would hope so. But what if I jump into the ocean?
You become
I would
the
definitely be way too salty. In more than one way. Current hyperfixation is writing. Hey! That's a good hyperfixation.
That is a good one. What are you writing?
A book, apparently. That's freaking awesome.
Writing a whole book? That's awesome. And
I say go for it.
Super difficult. So I admire anyone who's actually like, I am gonna write a whole book, and it's like, wow, that's crazy, man. I wish you luck.
I know that my brother has like really been invested in making like this book series of his. It's like this big old anthology that he wants to make of a bunch of like superhero characters. I think there's a lot of people that have made books similar to that. I'm trying to remember exactly what the catch is with his superhero characters. I don't remember. I think it's one of those things where like there are certain members of society that have superpowers, but like only a select few. Sort of like an epithet race kind of thing. And I'm trying to remember like the details of it, but they leave me at the moment. I literally bought his first book. So the problem is
to actually publish a book. A lot of the Disney books.
the issue with like publishing a book ain't easy though.
I have all of the Gravity Falls books. There is Dipper and Mabel's Guide to Mystery Nonstop Fun was the first one. Then there was the Choose Your Own Adventure book, Curse of the Time Pirate's Treasure. Then there's a coloring book called Don't Color This Book.
That's funny.
It's pretty funny. It is surprisingly more interesting than you would think. It's not your typical coloring book.
So what do you do with it if you're not allowed to color it?
That's a mystery.
Just stare at the page and forlornly being like, this could be red right about now. But it's not.
Yeah, and then you have Journal 3 and most recently Book of Bill. I don't know if there's going to be... I don't know what I was going to say. Gravity Falls has managed to get a bunch of books, mostly because there was obviously a lot of things they wanted to do in the show and just didn't. Alex was just so burned out from being a first-time showrunner that he's just like, no, I'm only gonna do... Oh, there's the comic book, Lost Legends. There's
okay.
That one is basically just like, it really feels like 3 episodes that they just didn't get to make. And they just decided to do this comic instead.
Well,
but what's really cool is that one of the people who did one of those comics, like one of the artists they got for one of those, was someone who was a fan artist, whose like Tumblr blog that I followed for years in the Gravity Falls fandom, and they did a ton of fan art, and then they actually got hired to work on that comic book, which was really, really cool. It was like I look at that and I'm like, and I want to think it's fan art, but it's not. It's just that same artist like now actually doing like official art, and it's just so cool.
You'll love to see it.
I love to see that.
And that was the one that introduced the axolotl.
Oh no! The one that introduced the axolotl was the Choose Your Own Adventure book, which the page for that. So that one's a bit of a funny story because is as of recently because so the axolotl is like the secret ending of the Choose Your Own Adventure book, and how you get it is if you get that ending, it takes you to a website. It's not actually in the book. It takes you to a website. You have to decode a link to a website, and you put in that website link, and it's unfortunately dead now. If you actually put in that website link, it doesn't work. Which is like, nice going, Disney. Way to drop the ball on that.
Has it been internet archived at all?
I don't know. You can still find here's the thing, you can still find the page. and this is what's funny about this. So the website was disneyxd.com/a wrong turn. You put that in now, it doesn't. The site doesn't work anymore. But
Okay.
but you figure that doesn't work. You figure, okay, maybe if I Google Gravity Falls a wrong turn, you can still find the page. Guess what? The first thing that comes up if you Google that?
The page?
My blog.
Oh, how about that?
My Tumblr blog posting about it.
And I'm assuming you just have all the details.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, because I was one of the first people to find it, and so I guess I was the first person to make a post about the wrong turn page, website thing, whatever. So I posted the page on my blog and talked about it, and so now if you Google it, that's the first thing that comes up.
Hey, good stuff.
It's archived on the Gravity Falls wiki too, which is good. But I just think it's really funny that's not the first thing that comes up when you Google Gravity Falls a wrong turn. The first thing that comes up is my blog. I am Gravity Falls canon now.
The algorithm has given you favor.
I have been chosen by the Google. This is a great honor.
Yeah, it's an honor and a curse.
Yeah, sort of. It
Just
kind
like,
of is.
oh yay, I'm top billing. Oh god, I'm top billing. Yep, the Cypher Hunt. We talked about that a little bit.
A little bit about Cypher Hunt, yeah. I remember just kind of watching it as it unfolded. I wasn't really. There was a clue hidden in Atlanta when I was living there, but other people got to it before I did. So
shoot.
I
How
kind of
crazy
just had to
would
watch
that
as
be?
it all unfolded.
Like, you're just sitting there and you're like watching ARG related things, and then you find like clues that are pointing directly to exactly where you live, and you're just sitting there like, wait, I know that building. And you're like the one and only person within the fandom that actually knows about that, so you're just like, I must go.
People were quicker on the draw than I was, so they got to the clue that was in Atlanta before I did.
Audio that had Stan, Sus, and Sister Marilyn's ghost.
I remember that. Yeah, like, cause like one clue was hidden in like a church or something, and when the people were calling the church to try and find the clue, the nuns were like telling them, "No, go away, stop calling us." Which is funny and also just a little bit like, oops.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know. I think I remember there was, oh yeah. Wasn't that one? I watched that one video about that, that one weird, like, Lost Media song, like, Everybody Knows That. Like, that song. I watched that video on YouTube, and one thing that, was detailed in that video was this one guy who he had uploaded a whole bunch of like audio tracks of this one sound, like I think it was like a movie soundtrack or something similar, and but he'd only uploaded like a portion of that soundtrack, and a bunch of other people were like, oh my god, wait, but we need to have all of the soundtrack in order for us to know like whether or not Everybody Knows That is on that soundtrack. And so a lot of people were like, get him to upload the rest of it. And I guess there were a bunch of people that just kept on incessantly sending that guy messages, to the point that, like, he finally did upload the entirety of that album, but he did it, like, really salty. And he was just like, God, you, like, frickin' losers and your, like, internet, like, you know, search frickin' stupid stuff. It's just, like, useless, not important, bull crap, find what... And you're just like, well, okay, fine. Jesus. Way to have a stick up your butt. And yeah, then he uploaded the entirety of that soundtrack, and it turned out that he was right. It had nothing to do with what they were looking for. So it was like, oh, well, oh well. But that can happen, man. You're on an ARG, or if you're on like
Media
some kind of
searches,
a...
sometimes they're cool. sometimes they're really annoying. They're cool when you find up when it's stuff like I love Raven Simone's not that one. It's actually a different Raven Simone.
I didn't know there were multiple.
There is more than one Raven Simone. One of them has the Disney show where she was a psychic, and the other one that makes really cool documentaries on YouTube. And and she's done a couple of ones on Lost Media, and she did one about an American remake of Sailor Moon that was almost made, but never got past the pilot.
I think I might have seen that.
Yeah. They call it Saban Moon because it wasn't actually made by Saban. It was just like kind of inspired by like stuff Saban was doing, like Power Rangers. So it got the nickname Saban Moon, even though it's not actually made by Saban. It was made by another company.
Right.
But
it never actually ended up being made, and only a pilot exists.
It never got past the pilot, and the pilot was shown at a convention in like the early 90s, and someone got camera footage of it on like a handheld camera and upload that footage on YouTube, and that was the only like evidence that this existed, that anybody knew about it for the longest time, and people were like, what is this? What happened to it? Why didn't it get made? Can you find the actual whole pilot somewhere? Because I think it was just the intro that was on the handheld camera and showed at the convention. But so it was this huge mystery for a long time, and then she uncovered it by going to the Library of Congress, of all things. She managed to get like a copy of it from the Library of Congress.
I heard a similar type of story before. Yeah. I think it had something to do with an episode of Sesame Street.
Huh.
If I'm remembering correctly. There was another Lost Media video I saw. It was Sesame Street, and it was this old episode where they did a Wizard of Oz thing where they brought in the Wicked Witch.
Cool.
And like, you know, the actual actress who played the Wicked Witch of the West, dressed her up and all of that jazz, and had her on, pretty much doing her wicked witchedness. But like, problem was a bunch of parents called in and said that like they complained about it because they're like, my child got incredibly scared by the Wicked Witch, and like we don't appreciate that. Like we don't appreciate the fact that you're making stuff that's supposed to scare children. And like, I guess out of shame, Children's Television Workshop like took the video off the air immediately and then never reran it for the longest time. And the only time that it ever actually re-aired was, I guess, during like a trade show one time. And this was like with a gigantic group of adults. Which, you know, okay, I guess that's unfortunate. That's how it works. But then, I guess, during the entire point of them, I guess, re-airing that episode, and re-airing several episodes of old Sesame Street, they ended up, I guess, like, those episodes were digitized, and they were put into Congress for, like, I don't know, archival sake, I suppose. It's just one of those, like, ooh, this is very important media. We're going to keep this. You know, a bunch of, like, old classic Sesame Street videos. And I guess somebody who was an independent agent, I suppose, went and did the internet a solid and just, like, copied the video from the archive, like, bit for bit. And this is, like, footage that has been, like, restored from, like, really old tapes. Just took that footage and then uploaded it to the internet.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad
you can now find
yeah.
You can find easy access to the episode of Sesame Street with the Wicked Witch.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad that there are so many people passionate about media preservation, but at the same time, God, they can be annoying about it sometimes, because this was a thing that plagued one of my big fandoms for many, many years. So way back in the olden days of 2009, but that's actually when the show came out. I wasn't in the fandom until like 2010. We'll say the old days of 2010. Not that there's much difference. I really love this Canadian cartoon called Jimmy Two Shoes, and if you've never heard of it, basically it was Has Been Hotel 10 years before Has Been Hotel. It was about a very cheery kid in hell.
Does it have the exact same fuck words?
What?
Does it have the exact same amount of fuck words?
No. This was it was an all ages show. But which is funny
Then I'm not
because
interested.
the way they got away with it being in hell for being an all ages show was they just didn't call it hell. They called it Miseryville. So, but it was obviously hell, and it was originally explicitly hell, which is we'll get to that. So the original concept for the show was described by the creators themselves was Pee Wee Herman in hell. Is this chipper guy? This chipper guy goes to hell, and he's just so darn nice and polite and innocent about everything that it just annoys all the demons in hell endlessly. And it's funny.
This sounds exactly like a South Park bit.
Yeah, so the original had much more
like
of a...
This is the bit in South Park where Saddam Hussein enters hell.
Pretty much. It was not far off from that. Yeah, and so originally the show was had a little bit more of an adult edge. It had mostly in terms of like just graphic it was just a lot more. It was more violent because you actually had like blood, and it was still very cartoony. Like but it was definitely like more of an adult cartoon, like the original concept. And as it developed, the creator said they kind of got away from that, and they went for something that was more they thought it kind of got away from that original concept. It was still kind of similar because it was still about this main character who is in hell basically, but he's very chipper and innocent and pretty much the opposite of everybody. He's like he's the happiest guy in the most miserable place in the universe. And
Jimmy Tooties. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And in the end it's a great show. Like, I don't like the second season because the budget got slashed terribly. So I think the writers kind of gave up on season 2, unfortunately. But season 1 is still great. I love that show very much. But here's the thing. When I was kind of in the fandom for it, it was I was constantly getting, like, I don't want to say harassed, but is like, so much of the conversation surrounding the show was dominated by people who were trying to find the original pilot, which did not exist. Like, the creator had gone on record saying, we didn't ever do a traditional pilot for the series. It was something more like just a series of animation tests that was commissioned by a private investor. But for some reason, there were a bunch of people who were convinced that there was a whole pilot episode with the show's original concept, like where Miseryville was explicitly hell, where Lucius was called Lucifer, because there is like concept art where you can see like his name was originally Lucifer. They changed it to Lucius in the final show, but like, and so they for some reason they got it in their head that there was. Yeah, that there was a whole pilot episode of like basically an adult version of the show, and I'm like, no, that doesn't exist. The creator has gone on record saying it doesn't exist. Please stop asking about it. And yet I would get asked about it all the time, and it was all anybody wanted to talk about when it came to Jimmy Two Shoes, and I was like, please, can we stop talking about it? It doesn't. Right. It's not real. The final show is better anyway. Like, I think because
this isn't like a welcome home conspiracy type of thing where like, oh, there was this one thing that existed in this show, but it they're trying to hide it because there's a dark secret involved in it. There was a bunch of asbestos on the sets, and they didn't want anybody to know. And it's just like, no, frickin' Christ, man. It's not.
Like, people were just
it's just
really
like the animation slides, they made them with like, I don't know, with mercury, and you're like, frickin' Christ, there isn't anything weird behind it. Maybe it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It just doesn't exist. Like, the show was originally darker in tone, and it was more explicit about it being hell originally. Yes, that is true. You can see that in the concept art, of which there is plenty of online, and it's very easy to find. That doesn't mean there was not a whole pilot with that concept. They just did a couple of really short animation tests that didn't have a story, it didn't have voice acting, it was just, some experimental animation to show the investors, like, in sort of what it would look like if it was animated. And
like
they never did a pilot with that concept. And or when the show
Unfortunately,
was that concept. But
you
I guess
can
people
lead-
were just so like hypnotized by like, oh, like there's this secret adult version of this show that exists. I'm like, no, it's not like that. It just
You can lead a
evolved
horse
past
to
that
water, but you
concept.
can't make him drink. Like,
Yeah.
people are unfortunately going to believe what they believe, regardless of whether you tell them that it doesn't exist.
Yep. Thankfully,
Yeah.
the show is old enough now where most people know it doesn't really get talked about anymore. So thankfully, most people aren't like on this crazy, aren't like trying to hunt down the the quote unquote pilot for it anymore.
Right.
And-
Aside
which
from
is good.
crazy Jimmy Two Shoes fan 6969, who's got an entire blog spot that he has updated day in, day and day since like the blog appeared. Who's still just being like, I have discovered information from the rats in the walls, and you're just like, you are in an insane asylum.
Yeah, there was a video. Somebody did make a YouTube video, thankfully, that kind of did put a lot of it to rest once and for all, because he contacted one of the creators directly and got in a even though there was two creators. One of them had already gone on record saying that there was no pilot, but this guy got in contact with the other one and got it directly from him that yeah, there was never a pilot. We just did some animation tests, and if those still exist at all, are private. The only people that would have them is the private investors, and there's really no reason they were looking for them anyway.
Yeah, the only thing that might shut people up at this point is just letting people see the test animations, and even then, you know that they're going to be clawing and being like, more please, please.
Yeah,
mine,
yeah, that's
mine.
yeah.
Like-
Yeah, thankfully that did put it to rest. He kind of, since it came from, it's in the video, like literally the screenshots of him talking to the creator, so one of the creators. So that finally did put it to rest.
Well, there we
Which
go.
I'm glad. And also, Has-Been Hotel exists now. You
There we
guys
go.
want
So-
you guys want
Right.
a very dark and adult you guys want a very dark and adult comedy about a cheerful person in hell? There you go.
Hey, there we go. We figured it out. Also, Star Art is saying, I got Stardew Valley and I am going to set everything on fire. Good luck with that. I tried.
We don't.
To be fair, that game is like heavily moddable, so maybe there is an arson mod or something.
Probably is.
I mean, you know, actually, I think the best case scenario would be a mod that makes it so that, like, you know, Grandpa got like set on fire at the beginning of the cutscene.
Yeah, I love the mods that's like give Grandpa a bed that doesn't suck. Give Grandpa an
Right.
actually comfortable looking bed.
Yeah, got the art in that segment is just like, whew, rough.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Eric for that. Like, dude
Right.
basically learned to draw for the purposes of his game. He's like, I don't want to hire an artist. I'm just gonna make this entire game myself, even the art. So I'm gonna learn how to art.
No,
And he
big
did.
respect on that one.
Yeah, major
Now,
respect.
if it was coming from like an artist who has like, you know, worked directly on comic books or something like that, that'd be one thing. If they made that bed and it's just like, ew. But I think
Made by a guy who learned how to draw basically to make pixel art. He learned how to draw to learn how to make pixel art for his game. That is crazy.
that is freaking insanity, and is good freaking game.
Oh yeah, Stardew is fantastic. I'm still too soured by my own modding experiences to ever go back to playing it, unfortunately, because there is no way now to marry my Blorbo.
Oh right.
So
Yeah. I can't marry the demon. God damn it.
Yes, he is a monster, but he is the most pure and wholesome and innocent character in the whole. He's the most wholesome character in the whole game. Tell me, name a Stardew Valley character more wholesome than Krobus. I dare you.
Knowing Krobus, I can't.
Exactly.
I mean, okay, maybe God, what's his name in the jungle? I'm trying to remember. That kid's absolutely wholesome as heck.
Who?
Have you played up to the jungle for Stardew Valley?
I don't know. That might have been after I stopped playing.
Oh, yeah, there's a new jungle with, like, walnuts that you can collect and stuff, and, like, other extra weird bits and things. And there's this new character, I forget what their name is, but they're like a jungle child who, I guess, somehow got marooned on this island, and they're just there. And, like, they can speak English and all that jazz, but, like, they are the most wholesome freaking being who is very, like, it's kind of one of those that's like, oh, you're so naive of the world. All they are just, you know, they love the birds, they love the parrots, and they also, like, you know, do funny squawks like the parrots. They're a parrot child.
That's very wholesome.
I don't know.
Thank you for the follow, Benji. Yes, that's like my OC Sona VTuber thing. And also my pronouns are they, them, or he, him, not she, her. The pronouns except that one are the ones that I use. But yeah, I don't stream much because I've kind of been on a hiatus due to health reasons. But I do. So the remaster of my favorite game of all time comes out on. Oh my god, it's on Wednesday.
Wait, what is that?
I didn't realize how soon that was. Yeah, so Sam and Max The Devil's Playhouse Remastered comes out on Wednesday. Yeah. I would really like to stream that. It is, because it's my favorite game of all time, getting remastered. I gotta get to work on that then. Yeah.
First, Sam and Max Save the World. Next, Sam and Max Hit and Run, or whatever the heck.
So they go in the Telltale series is in the order. Sam and Max Save the World is season 1, which is what you're playing right now. The season 2 is Sam and Max Beyond Time and Space, and then season 3 is Sam and Max The Devil's Playhouse.
Okay, well then I've got to I got to get off my arse and play then.
You're going through one episode every stream. So you'll be,
and you know that's a pretty good pace, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And it'll give people plenty of opportunity to go and play it themselves if they want to.
Yeah. So you'll probably finish season 1 in like a month, and then you'll probably and then if you continue off of season 2 right from there, you'll finish that in like another month. So in like 2 months you'll get to. Let it be known. Anybody that is watching my streams, I would like it to be known that I very much would appreciate if you would, you know, if you're interested in any of the games that I'm playing. I play them at a very slow pace. So, and I respect game developers, and I respect them getting money. So, if you got money, and if there's a game that you really, really like, or something you really think would be good for it. The folks who released the Sam & Max remasters is the original developers of the game. It's those developers who were originally at Telltale. And so after Telltale, like, disbanded, they basically got together and formed a new company to remaster the Sam & Max games that they made at Telltale, and that's Skunk Ape Games, which is who are making the remasters. So definitely support them. What they're doing is really cool. It would be really cool if somehow after the release of The Devil's Playhouse Remastered, maybe we get Sam & Max Season 4. I don't know. It's not impossible because, you know, because they could do it.
One thing I'm wondering is how much overlap is there between the team that did the Sam & Max stuff and the people that did the Homestar Runner stuff?
A little bit from what I know. I do remember seeing some of the same credits.
I am
a lot of that early Telltale stuff was a lot of the same people.
Because at the moment there is no way for you to be able to get your hands on SBCG4AP, and it would be if they used their new gotten gains from the Sam & Max re-releases to open up the possibility of SBCG4AP getting re-released as a remaster.
It'd be good. They probably have to go through they probably have to go through Matt Chapman though, and and his brother.
I see no reason why they wouldn't.
I don't see why they would have any problem with it though. But yeah, if they can get through, because I think it's sort of. I don't know what the deal is with the licensing for that game now, because Telltale itself no longer exists. A bunch of the stuff it owned did get sold off to other companies. I don't think the Strong Bad's game was one of them, because the person who owns that property is obviously Matt Chapman. So I think they probably only just have to go through Matt Chapman and be like, "Hey, can we re-release the Strong Bad game?" And I don't see any reason he'd have a problem with that.
Right. If he's just like, I get royalties from that, woo, do it. Just be like,
Yeah,
what?
that's definitely
So you're telling me you
possible.
can take something that you've already made, shine it up a little bit, and re-release it on the store? Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was probably a good bit of the same people, because they were around. What year was
Well, just
Strong Bad,
playing-
the Strong Bad game? Because Sam and Max
think-
Season 1 was 2006, Season 2
I
was
think
2008,
the Strong Bad
and
games
Season 3 was
may or may
2010.
not. They may have or may not have been after the Sam and Max things, if I remember correctly. Or was it before? I'm getting. Was it 2000?
So Sam and Max Season 1 was 2006, Season 2 was 2008, and Season 3 was 2010.
I have to go check this then. Hold on a second. Here. Game. God. See, I can't go to the store page for Strong Bad's cool game because it doesn't exist. What was that?
2008, same year as Sam and Max Season 2.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Chuck Jordan, Michael Stemley, Brendan Ferguson, Jake Rodkin. Yeah, those are 4 guys that worked on Sam and Max. So
Ow.
it's like the same
Okay.
people. It's Chuck Jordan,
Well,
Chuck Jordan and Mike Stemley were the directors, and Chuck Jordan and Mike Stemley were the directors on Sam and Max. So there you go. It's like the same people.
We're having a realization. How dare you, Chatty? Also, Chatty was talking about, like, tell you the title of the book I just figured out. I mean, hey, go for it. All right. Well, this is a call to what was it? Skrunkle Games or whatever the heck.
That might be really cool.
What was their name?
What? Oh, the
What was their name?
directors are so the directors of
I mean Skrunkly, whatever the heck.
Oh.
What was their name? I don't remember. I forgot again. Wah, give me a minute. Going over to my home screen real quick. Bonk. Oh, Skunk Ape, not Skrunkle. Okay. Yeah, Skunk Ape Games.
It's named, which is named after a character in Sam and Max Season 3. So.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. So the guys who directed. Hold on. So yeah, the guys who directed Strong Bad's game were Mark Darren, Chuck Jordan, and Mike Stemley. Designers were Mark Darren, Mike Stemley, Chuck Jordan, Brendan Ferguson, and Jake Rodkin. I know all of those people also worked on Sam and Max. So I will see if we can. I will see if has how many crossover.
Well, I'm giving
Sam
the call
and Max,
out to them right
the Devil's
now.
Playhouse directors are David Bogan, Joe Pinney, Dennis Lithart, Jake Rodkin. Designers are Chuck Jordan, Andy Hertzell, Joe Pinney, and Mike Stemley. So yeah, Mike Stemley and Chuck Jordan are an overlap.
Then there may be hope.
Those two are at Skunk Ape. I know that for sure.
If they were to re-release it, like, I am curious, like, how a re-release of that game could possibly work, because, like, I guess just having it on the store would probably be enough for a lot of people, but yippee! I imagine that, like,
the graphics just like they did for they probably fix up the graphics just like they did for the
I
Sam
don't know
and
what
Max
you could
remasters.
do to, like, fix up the graphics for Homestar Runner.
That is a good point.
They kind of just knocked it out of the ballpark.
Already nailed the style, yeah.
They did it. They figured.
Because I remember when you played it, I was looking at it, I'm like, this is a game that was made in 2008. It still looks really good because it's got that Homestar Runner style. It looks very timeless.
It's got that very timeless, like, storybook art kind of thing going on for it. So I don't really see what they could possibly do to fix it at that point. Or like, aside from, like, maybe they can add a few more polygons in a few places, maybe.
Because otherwise, they just nailed the art style. It already looks really good.
I guess what I kind of would like to see is maybe, like, expanding on some of the concepts that were done in that game, possibly.
Probably require more of a new game than a remaster.
Well, I mean, a remaster can have a few new concepts thrown in,
That's true.
Nothing against it. It's kind of like, well, we've got the opportunity and we have the game license, so we can, like, go back and add some things that maybe we just didn't have the time to do, considering we were on a time crunch.
See if they're going to add some of that in the Devil's Playhouse Remastered, because there were a bunch of things in that game that did get cut for time. Because because of the episodic releases, there was some stuff that's in the game files that clearly was just, we just didn't have time to add this before the game shipped out. And so I'm hoping they restore some of that in the remaster.
Chatty is saying Cafe of Shadows is going to be their book. Sounds kind of cool. I'm just thinking of like a cafe that's absolutely like peppered in ghosts.
That would be cute.
Like adorable latte ghosts just sitting around.
It's adorable.
Drinking adorable.
That actually sounds like the Stardew Valley devs' next game. Their next game is called like Haunted Chocolatier or something like that.
Yeah, God, I can't wait for that to come out.
It looks cool. He's like, I can't tell you much about this game yet because it's other than it's got ghosts and it's got chocolate. And I'm like, that's already sounds fantastic.
Already sold me.
Yep.
It's like, that's all I need to hear. Chocolate and ghosts, sweet.
This time you better let
Nice.
If in Haunted Chocolatier you can't marry a ghost, I'm asking for a refund.
Right.
Stardew I can understand, but in trying to Haunted Chocolatier, we can't marry the ghost. That's it. He doesn't get my money.
Hello, I wish to smooch the phantom. Thank you.
I wish to kiss the ghost.
Here we go. The other day I was thinking about like going back and playing a little bit more Stardew Valley, but like I get to a certain point playing Stardew Valley where I just get bored, where I'm just like, whatever. There's no real risk or reward anymore. Like, I'm making enough money. I've found basically everything I feel like finding. And I know that, like, the expansions for Stardew Valley added a bunch of, like, crazy new extra side quests and weird characters that you can find. And I found them. And it's interesting, and it's kind of neat to go through. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. It's like I got a lot of other games that I kind of feel like playing right now, so, you know, I kind of shrug. My interest falls significantly. It's like, for me, whenever I'm playing Minecraft, I reach a certain point where I have, like, built up basically all the structures that I want, and I have all the resources that I'd ever need, and at that point I'm like, well, I've kind of cleaned the place out, and there's no risk anymore, and, like, the reward isn't as sweet as what it used to be to, like, come back to the mines with a big horde. So I'm like, nah.
Never played Minecraft. And I probably never will.
I hesitate to... I don't know which answer is the appropriate one. Either, oh God, you should, or God, please avoid. Because I'm like, oh, it's a fun game. I'm like, oh, it's a fun game, though. It's extremely fun.
Chatty Frog says, interesting, I'm writing this down for the cafe idea with ghosts. That sounds like it would make a great dating sim. You work at a cafe, you work at a cafe with ghosts, and you date the ghosts.
That does sound like a visual novel thing.
I would play that.
Just as we've said this, there are at least like 30 that have either just spawned in or are already in development. We can be very sure of that.
I hope so.
Oh, God, that reminds me. The other day, I was like... I talked about this over on Blue Sky. But the other day, I was just randomly sitting around, not really doing much. And for some reason, in my head... I don't know why I was thinking of Christmas. But I had the idea of, like, we wish you a merry... I'm trying to remember what it was. Actually, hold up. I'm going to look it up real quick. Oh, yeah. Wait. No, I remember now. It was, we wish you a hairy Christmas and a happy new beard. That just popped into my head, and I'm like, that's
gotta be on
funny.
A t-shirt somewhere.
Right. And I thought about that, and I'm just like, okay, wait, how many people have come up with that? And then I went and I Googled it, and I found like 12 results for that. And I'm like, yeah, I thought I was being clever there. I'm not. Nope, nope. The internet has already taken charge of that one and put their flag in it. So, you know. There we go. Such a messy, scuzzy place. So I couldn't help but notice that, like, on the other side of this glass is even more filth and grime. So I guess I'm going to be cleaning in there, too. Was this supposed to be an aquarium at one point? I guess. All right. Let me think. What are some other games that I really wish could get, like, you know, well, okay. There's the Back to the Future game, which unfortunately is currently living in limbo. That is a game that I
have a
really
physical
hope
copy
one
of that
day.
game.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because
That's
back when Telltale was alive, you could send away, whenever you bought one of their games digitally, they would send you a physical copy for free. You just had to pay the shipping.
Sweet. Did it
So
come
I got
with all of
for the Back to the Future game, and then I got a physical and then I did that and got a physical copy.
Did it come with all of the episodes, or was it only like episode 1?
It came with all the episodes, yeah. It came with all the episodes.
That's very fortunate.
Yeah. Because it was like after the game was all the episodes were out and the game was like finished, quote unquote, that they would do that.
Know why, like,
you couldn't
I
send away for the physical copy before all of the episodes were out.
I never played it, and I don't know why I never played it. Because like Back to the Future,
I remember it being better than I thought. It was like not amazing, but I liked it.
I mean, that was
it was a good fan fiction. It was a good playable Back to the Future fan fiction.
What I'm curious about, though, is, like, I wonder if the story and the story arcs of the story go anywhere outside of, like, the regular conventions of the series. Because the one thing that I definitely criticize Back to the Future for is the fact that, like, despite the fact that the movies are fun, they are all literally the exact same thing. And I do wonder, like, are there elements
the game was
of...
kind of like that, too.
Oh, is it kind of just like more of the same sort of story?
It's kind of what you'd expect. It was what I expected, but it was like slightly better than what I expected. But it also wasn't like amazing. It was enjoyable.
Well, that's good. I think for me, like, I'd be interested in taking a look at it simply because, like, I have not gotten the opportunity to. So, if that game were to get re-released in some capacity, I'd be happy about that.
Be nice.
Ironically, the one game that I really wasn't interested in was The Walking Dead. I tried playing The Walking Dead, and I just kind of, like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not interested in zombie lore and zombie media, but, like, I just, snore. I sleep.
I remember I got a free copy of it when I bought my PS Vita. It came with a free copy of The Walking Dead for the Vita, and I'm like, I guess I'll try playing it. It's a free game. And I played it for a little bit, and I got bored, and never touched it again.
Yeah. Like, I got through the first couple of chapters, and I'm just like, okay, very intriguing. I guess this is an interesting story that could go somewhere interesting.
This is an okay visual novel, I guess.
Yeah. Not really interested in much of anything else.
Yeah.
I know for certain
I never played that SpongeBob game, but Battle for Bikini Bottom had an amazing remaster. I freaking love the Battle for Bikini Bottom remaster.
Oh yeah, I played Battle for Bikini Bottom's remaster, and I actually did not play Battle for Bikini Bottom when it first came out. So for me, the experience of playing, like, the remaster, it was kind of just like jumping back into Season 1, and it made me super happy.
It's so great. The SpongeBob movie game is very similar. It's almost like an indirect sequel. I think it was by the same developers, so they kind of just did more of Battle for Bikini Bottom, really, just based on the movie storyline.
Yeah, I agree. I played the SpongeBob movie game, I think, on console at one point, and it is really fun. I would love to.
That would be great to see a remaster too. The folks who made the Battle for Bikini Bottom remake, made like a completely new SpongeBob game called The Cosmic Shake, which I heard was pretty good. Like, not
Yep.
amazing, but it's like, if you like Battle for Bikini Bottom, it's basically more of that. So,
I've been considering picking it up.
yeah. It's one
Never
of those
played
games where
Creatures
it's
of the
like,
Krusty
when it
Krab.
goes on sale for like under $10, I'll probably get it.
I don't think I played Creatures with a Krusty Krab, no.
Creature of the
I'll
Krusty,
tell
I
you-
did not, I don't know about that one.
I'll
Yeah,
tell
I
you
don't
what
know
I
about that
did
one.
play. I played the version of Battle for Bikini Bottom for PC.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. You've told this story.
Wah, wah.
Cosmic Shake is good despite
and
what
then I
IGN
played it on-
says. Yeah, I heard kind of mixed things about it. People were like, some people really didn't like it because they thought it would be like more of an evolution beyond what Battle for Bikini Bottom was, because that was still like a 20-year-old game. So it had some kind of antiquated mechanics, and people were expecting Cosmic Shake would be more modern, I guess. But like,
Yeah, I don't know if they were
I
expecting
don't
like
mind
a
the
Crash
old kind of
4.
old. I kind of like the jankiness of old platformers. I don't know. There's something. They got a specific kind of charm.
Right. I don't know if people were like expecting a Crash 4 kind of treatment for Battle for Bikini Bottom in Cosmic Shake, but like, I don't know. Like, I think I'm perfectly fine with the way that it controls and the way that it works. You know, like more of the same. It's like, oh sweet, I get 2 cakes. It's
Yeah.
just like,
Basically.
it's kind of my headspace.
Yeah.
They compared it to Mario Odyssey. Well, they're idiots.
Yeah, that's
They're
dumb.
complete morons. That is like the
Yeah.
exact like wrong thing to do. Just being like, oh well, this isn't as
It's
good
not
as the
Mario
more
Odyssey, so
refined
it's bad. It's
platformers
like,
out
get
there.
outta
It's
here.
like, shut up. Maybe it's not supposed to be. That'd be like playing Hat in Time and just being like, this is nothing like Crash Bandicoot. Just like, shut the. You are a bad game reviewer. I mean, it's one thing to like, you know, call to other games within the genre and being like, you know, oh, well, I really like this element in this game. You know, like, I prefer these kinds of things. But it's another thing to just be like, no, this game isn't good because this game like, you know, this game does everything 10 times better. It's like, peak of platforming, and everything should be based around that platforming style and that platforming style alone. I'm like, I mean, I'm not going to fault you for having that mentality because I really love Mario Odyssey. But I'm also not going to make fun of another video game's platforming mechanics or, you know, its physics or anything like that just because it's not Mario Odyssey.
They gave Alien Isolation a bad review because they said the Xenotag was too smart. You can't spell. You know what they say? You can't spell ignorance without IGN.
Freaking get good, scrub. Also, Divine says, sometimes I wish I could pressure wash my soul like this. Mood. That is a mood. I wish I could wash away all the
Surprisingly
fear and the grime. Okay, now I'm just
Also,
thinking
your
about that
stream
one.
died.
What? My stream died?
Yeah.
What? It says that I'm still streaming.
It just died on my end. Hold on, let me refresh. No, you're back. Okay, for some reason it died on my end. You're fine.
It's streaming on mine. I think that was your internet.
Sorry to scare you. I didn't mean to scare you.
I've been dealing with so many internet-related problems recently. So, like, the second somebody says, "Oh God, technical errors," I'm like,
yeah.
God.
Hey, for some reason it died on my end for a second. I was worried, but you're fine. I just refreshed. It was fine.
Twitch is an absolute, like, you know, garbage platform in a lot of ways. Also, can I just say, I recently used the Twitch app, like, not too long ago, because I wanted to go and, like, check a clip on my channel. I hate the new interface. Like, it is frustrating. They're trying to do the same thing that a lot of social media platforms are doing, where they're like, hey, guys, you know TikTok? Yeah, I know TikTok, but you're not TikTok. So can you please, like, make your platform more
I hate that. I hate that.
You know,
you have
what's
to go
your
to like
business
the
model?
stupid. It just automatically starts playing a video, and you have to go to like your following tab, and then like open that up, and it's like, oh, please,
yeah,
no,
right.
stop.
Like I don't want
I
a
hate that.
feed-based, like, you know, like video game streaming service. Stop it. Back that idea up. Like, that is not okay. Chatty says, I'm here, it went dead, and it had this, wait, this stream was recommended. What? When? Oh, apparently, yeah, it did go dead for some reason. That's strange, because, like, it didn't die on my streaming software. I'm assuming, like, Twitch probably just had a hiccup. Very weird. Did anybody on YouTube have any problems? If YouTube didn't have any problems, then, yeah, Twitch is having a little bit of a barf. Weird. Ah, look how fresh this place is. It seems that way on your end. Weird. Oh yeah, this thing isn't clean yet. Hold on a second. Sustainable fishing practices. Bullshit. Ocean Research Initiative. Oh yeah, right, that's the sub we're gonna clean later. Crab Bay Ecology. I like this emphasis on crabs. More crabs, please. I want crab game. I got kicked out because my phone was buffering. Yeah, a lot of people had that happen. Apparently, like, there was some weird thing that happened over on Twitch. Unsure of what exactly happened. Anyway, what else was it? I was complaining about Twitch there and the fact that their mobile app is hot garbage now. Well, in general, I hate, like, all of the platforms out there right now are moving over to this this new, like, TikTok initiative where they're like, no, we need to feed everybody, like, algorithmically fed content. Like, that is the future. We have to do that. And I'm like, can't I be the one that, like, does a web search, look up, like, a specific type of media or interest and, like, watch something based on that? Like, why does the computer have to make the decision for me about what I watch? Okay, like, it's okay if you make a suggestion, fine, but that puts it in the hand of me to make the decision about whether or not I, like, want to watch it. With the TikTok algorithm mentality, it's just like, nope, you're watching this. This is the thing that's being fed to you. Oh, and I'd like to mention, the reason why that works for something like TikTok is because a lot of TikToks are only, what, like 15 seconds or 30 seconds? And TikTok's algorithm has gotten good enough to the point where, like, yeah, they have a pretty good handle on what you like. Like, you can't say the exact same thing when it comes to streaming. Like, they are so desperate for the idea of, like, ooh, people are gonna love watching Twitch clips. Like, we're going to give you algorithmically fed Twitch clips and then algorithmically fed Twitch streams. And it's like, no, please no. I don't want this. I don't like that. And the interface is garbage.
Ask for this.
Please throw it out. Buy a new one. I don't know. Old man yelling at clouds.
I feel fellow old man yelling at clouds. We're so lost.
I am dust.
Yeah, there were some people when I was in the Gravity Falls servers group chat right before the stream. There were somebody who was like, yeah, I was like 9 years old when Cypher Hunt happened. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so old.
I mean, you say that, but, like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, I every time somebody reminds me that the Xbox 360 is technically a retro console now, I feel part of my soul, like, pass
Don't
away.
say that, please.
It is, though.
The PS2 is not retro.
If you look,
retro.
If you look at the actual dates that these things were released in combination with what we used to call retro, we're there. We are the ones.
I'd say it has to be at least 30 years old to be retro, okay? So Super
I remember
Nintendo...
when it was the year 2000, I used to call stuff like the SNES and the NES retro, and that was 20 years. So I'm going by that logic. Yeah, technically speaking, I think the Xbox 360 was out like 20 years ago. We're at least getting there, I think. When did it come out? Like 2009? We're getting close.
PS1 in 2000, so...
Oh dear. Well, the PS1 is definitely... It's there at this point.
Yeah, PS1
I will,
maybe
like,
retro.
I will
maybe
admit
accept
that the
I can maybe
Xbox,
accept PS1 as retro.
right, and I will also accept that like the OG Xbox is definitely a retro console now. You know, I will go ahead and wear those bones like around my neck. You know, I will definitely claim to just be like, yep, bring out your dead thing. On top of that, I've seen a lot of videos from like video game enthusiast channels, talking about how the original Xbox
The
is
N64 is retro too. Oh, sorry.
Oh, the N64 is like ancient.
Yeah.
It is like, absolute.
N64 is retro.
I have a question considering I don't know how this would work with teams. Terms of service on Discord. That's an interesting start. What's the question? I bought a PNG tuber and I wanted to show it off. I just don't know if that's okay. Oh, are you talking like, you know, the rules of my server? No, you can show off your PNG tuber. That's fine. And like the line that I put up is like, do not directly post URLs connected to whatever your social medias are, or like, don't post like, you know, don't post your social spaces. You know, like don't advertise your Discord server. Do not advertise your Twitch channels. Don't advertise like your Twitter or your. I was about to say Facebook, but let's be real, you don't have a Facebook. Basically, like, you know, go ahead and show things off. I got no problems with that. Not streaming it anyways. Yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, like, I don't allow you to link stuff like, if you are streaming, you can't, like, put up a post just being like, hey guys, I just went live. I'm like, no. Not the appropriate place for that. Stop. You know, that I will like, you know, slap a ruler down. Also, keep in mind, like, I've been strict on the server a couple of times in the past. And I really appreciate when you ask questions, by the way. Like, that makes me incredibly happy, because that means that you do care and you want to make sure that you're not stepping on any toes. And you know what? That speaks 1,000 words. That being said, though, a lot of times, if somebody makes some sort of a mistake on the server, if they respect if they respect me and if they respect my my wishes, more often than not, I'll probably just, like, you know, I'll brush it off. Like, I tentatively have a 3-strike system, but even then, very rarely do I let strikes stick. If I give you a warning, if I give you like a verbal warning, just being like, hey, just heads up, please don't do that. If you're really responsible and you're just like, oh, yeah, totally, I totally get it, sorry. Like, if you're like, fine. Like, reasonable communication is one of, like, the key things that I try and look for when I am talking with anybody. Twitch was being a brat and kept on making the stream buffer. Yeah. I noticed that. Twitch is being a butt right now for some reason. If it continues to be a butt, I think the YouTube is being okay. So you could potentially jump over to the YouTube chat. You know, worst case scenario. That's the beauty of doing multiple streams. It makes me happy. I'm so happy I can do that. Also, Caramel is asking.
If I ever start seriously streaming again, I'll have to figure out how to set that up.
There's a plugin that you can get for OBS, and it allows you to do dual streaming. I could send you a link to that a little bit later. Although I highly recommend you look up a tutorial online, because it can be a little bit daunting to set that up.
Makes sense.
Even for me, I'm like, oh my god, what? How? Scary. Spooky scary how you make work. Caramel is saying, why does a water elemental need glasses? What was the trip to the optometrist like? Well, the optometrist looked in my eyes and he said, I see anemones. Anemones. Finding Nemo. Speaking of which, Disney, for the love of all that is holy, do not do a live-action remake of Finding Nemo. Otherwise, I might have to. I was gonna make an actual thread, but I'm like, no, Disney lawyers. I might have to get very.
See, that's impossible.
Very
that's probably
upset.
impossible.
Very you make me a heckin' mad. There we go.
You're down and joining that Gravity Falls group chat? Yeah, it's just the r/Gravity Falls server. I think if you go to the r/Gravity Falls on Reddit, you can find a link to it. It's the biggest Gravity Falls server. It's got like 10,000 people in it. It's huge.
Jeez.
That's triangle, right? Bill Cipher, my one and only true love.
Oh god, how am I supposed to get this? Oh, like this, I guess. Ding. Dong. Doink. Neat. Did I get the entirety of the door? Guess so. Ooh. Wait. Smelly. Hey. I saw the teaser for the Lilo and Stitch live-action remake, and Stitch doesn't look that bad. I'll admit, like, Stitch doesn't look bad. I've seen the teaser, and, like, yeah, it looks okay. I don't have a problem with it visually yet. I have not seen, like, the actual live-action parts yet. But, like, I hate it in concept, man. I'm sick and tired of
none of
these
these,
Disney live
none
action
of the
things.
Disney live-action remakes have done anything to justify their existence yet.
Right. Well, like,
they don't do anything. They're just always just objectively worse versions of whatever movie they're remaking. They don't add anything new. They don't do anything different. They just exist.
The operating theory that I've seen from a couple of people is these movies are not really being made for the American audience, and instead they're being made for the Chinese audience.
You kind of see that.
That's kind of the idea, because, like, you know, a bunch of the movies that were being made, traditionally at Disney, maybe, like, they had certain elements or certain parts of them that, like, wouldn't really mesh well with, like, you know, a Chinese, what was a good way to describe it? I don't know. Basically, like, the themes and things don't really fit really well with the Chinese populace, or at least, like, it doesn't really fit well for the strict guidelines that China has. And China has got a lot of people there. So, you know, if you want to get that slice of the pie, you need to kind of make some, you need to make some sacrifices on that part. And so, for a lot of people, they think...
International audience, I can kind of see that.
For, like, people are assuming that the reason why the live-action thing is happening is because it gives them some level of an excuse on why they're remaking it. Because if Disney just remade Lilo and Stitch, like, full stop, only worse, for a lot of people, they'd look at that and just be like, why? I mean, we're already going, why? What the hell's the point? Like, you assholes. There was absolutely no reason for it. But when you say, oh, well, we did it because we wanted to see what this property was going to look like in live action, you know, it gives a veneer of, well, that's the reasoning, guys. You know, it's a scapegoat for them to be able to be like, yeah, no, there was a function. There was a reason.
Like, it used to be, at least when they did a live-action remake, it had a point. Like, way before they were a trend, they did a live-action remake of 101 Dalmatians that was actually pretty good, because it did something different. It was more focused on Cruella de Vil.
Yeah, right.
And it's better than the actual movie about Cruella de Vil that they made, which is funny.
Right, but that was being made because somebody at, like, you know, at the network was like, hold on a second, guys, what if this? And then some people at an office room went, yes. You know, there was actual hype and interest behind that one.
Inside Out was really... Inside Out 2 got a little overhyped for me. I went into it thinking it was going to be better than the first one. It's not. But it's a very worthy sequel. Like, Inside Out was a movie, it's like, okay, I'm on board with the sequel. There's definitely way more you can do with this character and this whole concept. and they did more with it in a really good way that actually like utilized its ideas well. And yeah, it's a good sequel. I don't think it's as good as the first, but it's like, if you want more Inside
I've
Out, like
heard,
more with that idea, it does a really good job of
I've heard that like the
yeah, it
main
does a really good
character
job
of that movie,
portraying
like that movie, like, you know, the main character of that movie, they've grown up and apparently, like, you know, they're currently tackling with new emotions that they have never felt before, and thanks to that, we get new characters. I've heard like that's one of like the cruxes of Inside Out 2.
Yeah. So the
And
whole
honestly,
thing is, it's like
that's a
it's
very
like
reasonable reason for a sequel to exist.
Yeah, exactly. So I think because I think Riley is 11 in the original, and then she's 13 in this one. So it's like 2 years later. And when you're 13, obviously you're starting to go through, you know, it's doing more of that coming of age stuff, and it's like, and the movie itself is like focused on like this one really specific like instance in her life that is like when she's 13, and I guess what's like a really like important moment for her, and it has to do with like kind of her moving, like, I don't know how to describe this. She's like trying to figure out a balance between like her friends and then like meeting new people and trying to fit in with, you know, people who she thinks are cool and that she's admired. And it's sort of that thing. It's like that kind of that awkward phase of like when you're growing up, you're trying to find, you know, you're kind of trying to figure out where you belong,
find your cliques.
Yeah, and it's really good. It feels very like I definitely related to it. Like even as an adult, its depiction of anxiety is very, very accurate, because it's
Absolutely.
like there's a really good moment in the movie where they actually depict an anxiety attack, and it feels very like, wow, yeah, that's actually what it's like.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a very good sequel. They did a really good job.
Caramel said a little bit earlier here, let's be real. Disney's just remaking movies for the money. For the cold hard cash. For the doubloons. For the moolah. For the ka-ching. That is another reason, yeah. Like, you know, taking the conspiracies out of things, another more realistic and probably more level-headed reason is just because it makes them more money. You know? More money for less thought.
Make another one. It's just a different variation of the directed, like 20 years ago it was directed TV sequels. Now it's live action remakes. Disney always has a thing where it's like, we have a thing that's popular and we're going to make more of it because it makes us more money whether or not anybody cares or if it's good. So
right.
That's what it'll be, and you know, in another 20 years it'll be some other trend.
I saw the teaser for the concept art has been teased for Frozen 3.
Hey, 2 was already unnecessary enough.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've heard of that. See, I don't know the deep details of it, but I heard that like Frozen 2's development was not good.
Yeah, you can tell. That movie's a bit of a mess. Like, it had some cool ideas, but it's like it's only like half of it is an interesting idea. It's like they had an interesting idea for half a movie, and then they're like, crap, what do we do with, like, they had an interesting idea of where and how to continue Elsa's story, but then had no idea what to do with anybody else. Like what...
But Elsa's the important one.
It's like everybody else is just kind of there. Like, it's unfortunate.
The original Inside Out I watched so much when I was little, and if I watch it again, the sea levels will rise with my tears. Aw.
Bendy also the anxiety attack scene. It's really good. It was like it hit me pretty close to home too.
Anxiety is a hell of a chemical imbalance. I was going to say drug, but frankly, that is exactly what you need.
Yep.
There we go. Maybe not right away.
It is funny to imagine an alternate universe out there, though, where they're doing an animated remake of Pirates of the Caribbean right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, like,
Actually,
I wish I
wait,
were living in that
never
timeline.
mind. Not hell yeah, because somehow, like in that alternate universe, they're making the animated remakes, and the animated remakes suck.
Aw.
There's got to be a caveat on that one. Whoop. Toy Story 5. Oh my god, Toy Story 5.
Why was there even a fourth one? I just pretend Toy Story 4 doesn't exist because, like, no, it's over. 3 was the ending. 3, it's over. No, there's no more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that, like, I didn't watch Toy Story 3, but I heard that they bookended it really well.
It's a perfect ending. There is literally nowhere. There's no reason to continue it after that. It is meant to be like the perfect closing the book ending on this story.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the one thing that I did hear, like, you know, they did the whole passing the torch sort of thing, and they handed the toys off to a new child, you know, and the circle of life continues.
It's not really about remakes, but if you have Hulu and Disney Plus, you can watch Hulu's stuff from Hulu off of Disney Plus. Stick to Hulu because you like the UI. But you can't watch, you need both to watch, like, one or the other, right? Like, I actually really wanted to watch the dubbed Sailor Moon, but you need Hulu for that. I have Disney Plus, but because it comes with our cable package.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think I can watch the Hulu stuff because I tried.
You can see Totoro in the background of. I heard about that. I heard, like, you know, so many people were just like, "Oh my god, it's Totoro!" No, I've heard a little bit of the synopsis involved with Toy Story 5. First of all, people are noticing that Woody is in the promotional stuff of Toy Story 5, which is funny because I have been spoiled that in Toy Story 4, Woody leaves. So everyone's like, why are you here? You went away. We all cried. What the hell? So that's one thing. The other thing is that I guess, like, one thing that they have like announced is that Toy Story 5 is going to involve, like, an army of Buzz Lightyears, except they're, like, stuck on play mode. And I guess that's sort of the concept for it. And here's the thing. That sounds kind of cool. I'm not going to, like, you know, I'm not going to immediately, like, poo-poo on that idea. But here's the thing that I thought would be really funny. And I mentioned this in the Discord. Imagine that, like, you know what they're going to end up doing. It's going to be just Buzz Lightyear toy, except, you know, it'll have, like, a slightly different aesthetic change to it that'll make it distinctive enough that you can tell what the real Buzz Lightyear is, whatever. I thought it would be really freaking cool and hilarious commentary on Disney's part if they were to, for all of, like, the Buzz Lightyears that are stuck in play mode, and they could still do this. I don't know whether or not, like, I don't know what part of the production they're currently in with Toy Story. What if the the Buzzes stuck in play mode are different sculpts of Buzz Lightyear and don't look the same as the old Buzz Lightyear that was released about 20 or 30 years ago? So, like, you know, because Hollywood does that whole re-release thing where they're just like, oh, we're going to reboot the franchise. And then they just change up the art style for, like, whatever characters they're working with. And wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if they used, like, a different version of Buzz Lightyear and just made that a toy?
That would be funny. That's, like, what I wanted them to do with Wreck-It Ralph 2, but they didn't do that at all.
Well, and then Pierce, being the wise one he is, he jumped into the conversation and posted the screenshot of the movie poster for the Lightyear movie. And I was like, oh, that would be a deep cut.
That would be funny because I love that Pixar has just acknowledged that, yeah, we're not going to ever talk about or mention Lightyear ever again. That movie was a mistake.
Well, that's the thing. They would never do it. Like, they would never do that in a million years. I don't think Disney is in...
Dig at that.
It would be cool. I would love it if they did. Just a toy that looks very
They're not going to do the self-dig.
Of Lightyear movie Buzz. That would be freaking funny.
It would be funny, but they're not going to do the self-dig.
that way, if they've got any spare Buzz Lightyear toys from the Lightyear movie, they could take those out of those packages, put them into like new packages for Toy Story 5, and just call them like, you know, play mode Buzz. There we go. You saved yourself some money.
Them ideas.
I think it's genius. They should do it.
Yeah. So when I first saw Ralph Breaks the Internet. Screw you. I'm calling it Ralph Breaks the Internet. I know it's Ralph Breaks the Internet, but they obviously wanted to call it Ralph Breaks the Internet. Disney wouldn't let them. There's a whole freaking trailer about them, like basically saying like, yeah, this movie should be called Ralph Breaks the Internet, but for some reason it's not. We're sorry. So that's what I'm calling it. That movie.
Wait, what was it called?
Like when I first saw it, I thought I enjoyed it because it was just more of these characters that I liked. So I enjoyed it. But as time went on, the more and more frustrated that movie made me because there was so many things that they could have done and that they were thinking about doing. Like literally, I remember reading this interview with the director where he said he wanted to do in a Wreck-It Ralph sequel. He wanted to see like, well, what are other Ralphs like? What about Ralph like on a console game, or Ralph like on or a Ralph that was like on a mobile version, or a sequel to Fix It Felix, or just like other versions of Ralph? And that was like, yes, that is what I've been writing fan fiction about in this universe like since the movie released. Like that was my bread and butter, and like all of my fanfics were like about what if a new Turbo Time cabinet got plugged in at Litwax, and like how would they treat the new Turbo who has no idea what happened with King Candy and everything. And like there's so much interesting potential for that. Or like what if they plugged in a cabinet that was like a modern version of like Sugar Rush or Fix It Felix, and we see like new versions of these characters from like newer versions of the games. It would be so cool and so interesting to see that.
Fix It Felix
and then they
64.
do a movie where Ralph goes on the internet, and you have that limitless potential where you can like go into ROM dumps and mods and all sorts of crazy limitless possibilities for like alternate versions of these characters that they can run into, and they do nothing with it. Absolutely not a single thing. Like, there's a character, like, Alan Tudyk voices a character in that movie, and it's not another King Candy or Turbo. It's just some other random character. And it makes me so mad.
I didn't see Wreck-It Ralph or the sequel, unfortunately.
You've never seen Wreck-It Ralph? Bro!
No,
Bro.
I have not.
Bro! Wreck-It Ralph is my favorite movie. Okay, it's tied. It's tied with The Brave Little Toaster. I say my favorite 3D animated movie is Wreck-It Ralph. My favorite 2D one is The Brave Little Toaster. But you need to see Wreck-It Ralph. It's one of my two favorite movies.
See, I remember seeing The Brave Little Toaster, but God help me, I don't remember a thing from it because it's been a long time. I just remember I had like major PTSD where I felt really bad for appliances.
It was not made for kids. Contrary to popular belief, when the target demographic for The Brave Little Toaster was college students.
Interesting. God. I've only seen the second one since Nova Star.
It's a great movie. I love it very much. Yes, but you need to see Wreck-It Ralph. My God. Have you seen my Wreck-It Ralph shrine in my apartment that I had in my apartment when I owned an apartment? I had a whole ass wall.
Oh boy.
Of just Wreck-It Ralph. It was glorious.
I don't believe I saw that, no.
I will find a picture of it and show you.
We've made it to the fish tank. Fun seeing all the random cameos in between important moments. Yeah, well, that's the big thing that they were pushing through marketing and things, being like, "Hey, look who shows up in the movie."
Great about it though is that the marketing it doesn't distract from any of the the story is still about its original characters, and like it stands on its own without the cameos. Like they're just there for I don't know, seasoning, flavoring. They add to the flavor.
So
of the
you
movie.
can say like
Great.
we have Sonic the Hedgehog in our movie.
It's neat. It's like it's not the main focus, and it doesn't distract, and it's just a perfect little peppering of, oh hey, this makes it feel more like a video game world.
I'm a sucker for cameos and crossovers. Let me have my fun, says that one guy. Yeah, no, I agree. Like I have that too, where I'm just like, oh my god, such and such got together. Holy crap! I mean, that's why I was like so invested with Smash Brothers related stuff for the longest time, because I'm like, holy crap, who's gonna show up next?
Take a picture of the... I didn't take a picture of the whole thing. I just took a picture of the wall. There's also like a shelf, so I'll share this picture. Just know that there's also like a shelf right beneath this filled with like the Wreck-It Ralph art book and a Vanellope doll and just a whole frick ton of merchandise. But this is the only picture I have for now. I might be able to get another one of that's like the actual thing in full, but for now this is the only one I can find.
God bless wide-angle cameras. Ba-dum-bum.
I just might not have taken a picture of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I feel really spoiled with, like, phone cameras nowadays. They're so freaking good.
Oh, yeah, but I am proud of the, so you see the King Candy one print in the corner there?
Yep,
that's
I see
signed
that.
by Alan Tudyk.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, a friend of mine met him at a convention and got that for me, and I was like, oh.
Here, give me a second. I need to treat the chat to that. Here we go. Oh, darn you, OBS, for not allowing for browser services easily. There we go.
The wall of my Wreck-It Ralph shrine. This was below it was a whole shelf, like an entire dresser shelf of just merchandise. Like there was a Vanellope doll, there was a whole bunch of like Sugar Rush racer car toy things. There was the art book, there was the Blu-ray, there was the Japanese Blu-ray. I was very normal about this movie.
Oh yeah, very normal. Superly normal.
The King Candy print in the corner is signed by Alan Tudyk.
Yeah, check that out. It's awesome. I'm all wrecked.
We gotta have Bit Server movie night, Wreck-It Ralph. It's very important now. We need to do this.
I'm just so paranoid when it comes to copyright.
We'll be fine.
Absolute,
there are no Disney. There are no Disney
people
spies
that do
in your
like.
server.
It's just like, oh yeah, movie night in this particular server thing, and it's just like, I don't know.
Yes, Zangief and Am Bison are in the. Zangief actually has lines. He's at the bad end on him. He has lines, and
I've seen that bit,
and Am Bison is there too, but he doesn't have any.
You are a bad guy, but that does not mean you are bad guy.
Yeah. At least you know
Thanks,
that scene. Wreck-It Ralph, Emperor's New Groove. Hey, and you like cars. Yay, one of the only other 12 people on Earth who like cars.
I think for me, what I would have wanted to see in a Wreck-It Ralph 2 is like, so on top of the fact that, yeah, there are so many different possibilities for like ROMs and things like that, I feel like now that they finally got their foot in the door, like previously, I'm sure it would have been a little bit awkward to get some IPs on board, just being like, oh, wait, so our license is going to show up in your movie? Ooh, I don't know about that. That doesn't sound like a good idea. But like now that you had a successful movie, I feel like it would have been incredibly easy and really cool if you even like, you know, went one step further with the cameos. Like, go absolutely crazy with it. Like, have Sonic show back up, but also have Mario in the exact same room. I think that'd be fun.
there is one really funny scene in Wreck-It Ralph 2 where they're on like a Disney website, and they do take advantage, use that to take advantage of all of the Disney stuff that, you know, where they can just like put all of the Disney stuff on the thing,
you know,
including Star
Disney
Wars.
cameos in a Disney film is like, oh hey, it's like, hey Bill, hey Jimmy, how you doing? It's like, what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
It's like
it's kind of
they're in the
predictable,
same
but like,
neighborhood.
it's like at least they take advantage of it. It's not like a missed opportunity. There is
I
there is a
guess.
funny scene where Vanellope goes and she meets with all of the Disney princesses, and they make a bunch of digs at Disney about how, that she says they say something. There's something they ask about. There's something where they ask about Vanellope's father, and she's like, I don't even have a mom, and like 12 of the other princesses are like, neither do we.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that scene is pretty funny because they're actually like not.
Wait,
They're actually
would
not
Elsa
afraid to
have
dig
been
it
there?
themselves.
Elsa and Anna would have been there because that would have been like a very awkward situation. Just be like, you know, it's just like I don't even have a
but
mom.
there's like Ariel, there's like Snow White, there's like a bunch of them.
That is a good question. Where the heck's the queen? We never see the queen ever.
Queen
It's
of what?
always princess. Well, queen in general. You're
The
just
queen
like,
is usually evil.
well, yeah, queens are evil. Princesses are delicate flowers.
apparently that is what Hasbro thinks. That is why in My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic, Lauren Faust wanted Princess Celestia to be Queen Celestia because she is like the ruler of Equestria, and Lauren's like, why can't she be queen? And Hasbro was like, because of Disney, people think queens are evil and princesses are good, so you have to make her princess instead. And I'm like, and she's like, that's dumb. And they're like, sorry,
I mean,
you have to deal with it.
to be fair, they're right. But what's stopping you from trying to shift that narrative a little bit?
Exactly.
You know, like, you're perpetuating it by going like, no, Disney set the precedent, time to stop. It's like, no!
Yeah, it's kind of dumb.
You have a good queen. Have the good witch.
Ralph saying,
have your
thanks,
good
Satan.
witch. What the frig?
Ralph saying, thanks, Satan.
Pansies.
Satine, actually. Yeah, I love that gif. I'd use the thanks Satan gif quite a bit.
Yep. Oh, the same. Dude, the thanks Satan gif is like the gif that keeps on gifting. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Vendy fan, so yeah, sure. I'm on Bit server. I posted stuff in the image share, is where you can find me. I posted the Wreck-It Ralph wall and the many Bill ciphers above that.
The cipher shrine.
So yeah, go. I'm right there. If you wanna send me a friend request, you're more than welcome to.
Yahoo. Kind of hate the idea that princess are damsels in disguise with no sense of self-worth.
They do. The virus is creative. Like there are things, and that's another frustrating thing about that movie is there are some really good and creative, interesting ideas in it, but they're just so much missed opportunity.
It's like
that
they shit the bed at the last minute, where they're like,
Yeah.
No, can't do it, won't do it. Now I know what that's like.
Yeah,
Like I said,
I don't remember what
I'm
the virus was
imagining-
called, but I like the idea that it was multiplied, that it multiplied Ralphs, that it was just like,
Yeah.
we got that the virus caused like a bunch of evil Ralph clones. I thought that was pretty funny.
So, like I mentioned, I'm fairly certain that when Toy Story 5 comes out, I am almost dead certain that the Buzz Lightyears we're going to see are literally going to be just Buzz Lightyears. They're not going to do anything special with it, you know. And, like, you know, there's going to be my disappointment, because that's an amazing opportunity to, you know, not only make a really funny joke about yourself, but also reuse the previous molds you had for toys. You know, like, but please, for the love of God, Disney, just do it. It's going to sting at first, but you're going to make a lot of critics very happy. Like, everybody is just going to be like, ha ha ha, that's the Lightyear movie. Hee hee hee. Funny jab.
They really should. It would be. They're not going to do the self dig, even though they should.
Yeah. What's it called again? The bit thing? What bit thing?
It's
bit
literally just Nova Starlight.
If you're not in the bit server, by the way, you know, just a little promotion for me. You can type in !Discord over on Twitch, and you can get the URL that way. I don't have a system like that over on YouTube. I apologize severely for that one.
Starlight with a Y.
I have a
Note
Discord.
that it is Nova Star. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Nova
sorry.
Star Live.
Light. Funny, that was inspired by. So you want to know why my name is spelled Nova Star Light with a Y instead of an I?
It's because it's once again thanks to our triangular Lord and Master. In the Gravity Falls fandom, it would be really, really common that people would misspell Bill's last name as Bill Cipher with a Y, so Cypher instead of, but when it's Cipher. So I kind of got inspired by that. I'm like, hey, what if to try and make my name a little bit more quirky, I gave it the Bill Cipher misspelling. So
I kind of just made the assumption it was because somebody already took Nova Starlight.
What?
I just kind of figured it was because somebody took the other spelling.
No, I did it on purpose.
Hey, reason for everything. Here we go. How much more is left up here? See, I am going to blame the actual aquarium for this because there's no way that tidal wave brought this much scuzz into this pool. Like this baked on scuzz. No, somebody was being lazy. I think the whales were like swimming through this. Or whatever the heck.
I got your friend request.
Yahoo, boys.
At least that I assume that was you.
Could be a scammer. I don't know.
If they are, I'll block them. But yeah, I assumed it was them.
The other day, I got a scam email. In fact, like, I don't know who got my email, but I've been getting emails through the BitB email with, like, classic scam emails, and it's freaking hysterical. Because it's just, except with a slightly different twist, just being like, hello, I am, I forget who's the current CEO of Amazon, but it's just like, guess what? Your email has been selected out of a random group of people. Yeah, I know, yippee! A random group of emails to get this special, like, $500,000 bonus. All you need to do is send all of your information over this email. Please contact us right away so we can get in touch. And I was like, yeah. Thank you. Just like, yeah, I totally believe that. Sure. I feel bad because you know that there's at least one person that's, like, foolish enough that they might fall for that. It happened to me a couple days before. They texted me twice and even tried to call me. Good fucking luck. Again, let's talk about the golden rule of internet safety that I always say. If it sounds too good to be true, it likely isn't true. So, yeah, if you hear somebody just be like, congratulations, you've won a new iPod, or whatever the frig, or whatever's good nowadays. I guess iPhone nowadays. Yeah, like, if you get that email, no, you did not get a new iPhone. Guess what? You just won the Mr. Beast random competition. No, Mr. Beast is not throwing random competitions. At least, none that he doesn't actively announce on his own social media. Shut your mouth. That is not a thing. You've won a pancake
Mr.
breakfast.
Beast. People have been talking about him a lot lately. I have never heard of the guy.
Wow. You have been avoiding the Mr. Beast stuff?
I have no idea who he even is. I've just been here, apparently he's a hot topic lately, and I'm just like, I don't even know who this guy is.
So Mr. Beast is like a YouTube content creator who I guess he's got an agency that he works through, and his agency for the past, like, several years has basically been chalking him up to being the biggest freaking thing on the planet. And they've been doing that by, like, they basically hand him a gigantic chunk of money and be like, okay, what would you like to do? And it's either Mr. Beast or maybe his writers, who the heck knows. They come up with these crazy stunts that manage to get him not only a bunch of YouTube views, but also it advertises some kind of a business that he's opening up. So, like, he made this one video being like, I just opened up this... I just opened up this burger joint, fast food burger joint, pop-up shop, randomly out in the middle of this location. And here's what went down. And then, like, you watch the YouTube video and it's sensationalized. And at the end of it, he says, like, And you can get one of these burgers too if you buy this burger through Grubhub or, something like that.
So he's just a giant corporate plant.
Yeah, pretty much. He had another one where he made a Willy Wonka parody where he was just like, I just bought myself an entire chocolate factory, and I'm bringing all of my friends in here, and we're going to be doing the, similar things to what happened in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And then at the end of it, it's just like, and you can go and buy yourself one of the Mr. Beast chocolate bars today at your local store. And sure enough, you can. Like, they are widely available, especially at Walmart. But anyway, that one guy says, I just donated $5 billion and 5 Happy Meals to this struggling family.
Dark Beast is your Discord username. I got that. And Murder Drones, I need to watch Murder Drones. It's by the same studio that does, it's by Glitch Productions, the same studio that does Amazing Digital Circus, so I do need to watch that.
I've had many, many people within my friend circles that have said that Murder Drones is good, and that's another one of those things on my list. I've already seen Amazing Digital Circus, and it is amazing.
Next episode, because the first one came out only for how many months? It was 6 months after the first episode. It was a lot less time than I expected.
Yeah, but that's kind of, from what I hear, that is actually kind of how Glitch works, or how Glitch operates. One of the biggest complaints that I've seen about Glitch Productions is that they do seem to kind of forget certain productions, or certain productions end up getting the back burner when something else takes priority. And so, you'll see these big swaths of time where a new episode of Murder Drones just doesn't happen. Because, they're too busy working on the next...
I think the next episode is its finale.
Oh,
it's almost over.
I think a lot of people complained about SMG4 was one of those shows that was getting that that treatment. Where it was just when's the new SMG4? And just nope, Murder Drones go burr. And I feel I think Amazing Digital Circus in a major way is going to take that position within the company.
Murder Drones is almost, it's at least in that case, Murder Drones is actually almost over, because I did see they posted a trailer for the series finale. Mm-hmm. So it is almost over, at least. So, it makes sense that they'll mostly be moving
now
on to
you can binge the whole
that.
thing. Ooh, boy. That's exciting. Yeah. So Bendy was mentioning that the current... See, I don't know too much about this controversy, so do not quote me on this one, and also, look into it yourself personally. But there's a controversy going on right now with Mr. Beast, and from what I hear... I guess there was this big video that came out with a bunch of major YouTubers, and it was a big YouTuber competition lottery kind of thing. And apparently people got really, really butthurt and upset about the results of that. And from what people are saying, it kind of sounds like maybe it was a staged and also set up lottery situation, which technically, if you look at the law, a lottery needs to be transparent and fair, and everyone needs to have a shot. And people are saying that they had specific people they wanted to win during this competition. I don't know too much about it. Please, for the love of God, you look it up. But yeah, Mr. Beast has been getting a lot of heat for that specifically right now.
Makes sense.
That one guy is saying, quirky question time. Would you rather eat a pizza with carrots on it or a Captain Crunch on it? Captain Crunch. Why?
Who want to eat a pizza with carrots on it?
Why? Because I don't really like carrots. And, you didn't say that I have to eat a whole bunch of that pizza. And I think it'd be kind of curious to try Captain Crunch on a pizza. Also, you did not factor in going all Babish on it and doing something crazy with the pizza. I could just make a dessert pizza with the Captain Crunch on it. Loopholes. Actually, now that I think about it, like, I don't know. Captain Crunch is one of those cereals that, like, it stays crunchy no matter what you do with it. So I'm willing to bet it might actually be a topping on pizza that might hold up pretty well. So imagine making, like, some kind of a cookie pizza, except it's got, like, Captain Crunch as sort of a base. You could possibly mix in some other ingredients to, like, you know, maybe you could make it a breakfast thing. Like, where you combine a couple of other breakfast ingredients. I don't see any way. I don't want to eat carrots. So I'm going to go with the second option.
Like good cold. I hate cooked vegetables. Raw vegetables are the only good way to eat a vegetable.
I kind of have a very, I don't know. I'm half and half on that one. I'm not for carrots. It all comes down to how it's prepared in my head. Because for me, I actually remember, like, I'm not a big fan of carrots, but I remember I had them at a restaurant one time, and this was, like, a really nice restaurant. Like, ridiculously nice. Basically, I was out with family, and they were footing the bill. One of those places I would never go. But I decided to, like, have some of the carrots that were a side dish along with, like, my steak. And the carrots were actually really good. Like, I guess just the way that they prepared them was different enough or interesting enough that, like, for me, they, you know, it made happy stomach things happen with me. So I do think it comes down to just how you prepare certain meals. Especially, like, you know what? I was not a big fan of a lot of vegetables growing up. And I think the reasoning is because my parents just didn't prepare vegetables properly. And I think the same could be said for a lot of people. I think we just had a lot of parents who just did not take the time to properly cook vegetables. And because they didn't do that, they ended up tasting iffy. And for adult palates, I'm sure it was probably fine. But for, like, kid palates, it probably was not. And then that turned a lot of people away from eating vegetables during my generation. Made me upset. Even though kids watch SM6, I'm a diehard fan of it, and I do... There's nothing wrong with enjoying a show like that, no matter who we are. Mr. Puzzles, a very interesting and fun villain because he was the one responsible for a ton of the mini arcs that happened. Okay, interesting. I was in the same room as Tom Kenny, says that one, and Charles Martinet yesterday. Holy shit! What?
Nice.
I mean, I'm assuming you were, like, at a convention or something, because, wow. Didn't meet
really
them,
cool.
though, because they are pricey to get a photo or autograph with, I imagine. And I got
a photo with Tom Kenny for free.
Nice.
I met him at a con in when was it? 2018. It was 2018. I saw him at a convention and got a photo with him, and he signed my PS2 copy of Battle for Bikini Bottom. And then the week after that, I went to New York City and saw the SpongeBob musical live on stage, and it was like the best week. And that was like the best 2 weeks of my life.
And it was the best day ever.
It really was.
It was the best day ever.
Yo, it was so dope though. For that convention, I actually cosplayed the musical version of Karen. Karen
nice.
from SpongeBob, but specifically the musical version, because I love her costume in the musical, and so I wore that to the convention and got my picture with Tom Kenny in that costume. But the best part is, so the actress that actually plays Karen in the show is his wife, who is also an actress. Her name is Jill Talley. And
I'm sure that Tom was just like, can I get a photo with you so I can show this to my wife?
No, that's the thing. His wife was there. Jill Talley was there. She never goes to conventions with him, but this time their kids were at summer camp.
So she actually
Heck
flew
yes.
across the country to go to this convention with him, so I actually got to meet the real Karen and got a picture with her too.
Oh, that's freaking awesome.
It was amazing. She loved
God,
it.
that is an opportunity and a half right there.
It was the opportunity of a lifetime. Oh yeah, Plankton's costume is amazing too. All the costumes are amazing. I'm gonna die mad that musical did not win a Tony for it won a Tony for set design, which is valid because the sets are amazing too. But like what other Broadway musical has a Rube Goldberg machine in its set? It's perfect. It definitely deserved the Tony for that. But it should have won for costumes too because the costumes are just perfect. Chef's kiss.
Oh boy.
What other musical also has one of its main performers tap dance with 4 legs?
So the Nova Star Art is asking if they can send a friend request now.
Sure. Again, I'm on the BitB server. I am Nova Starlight with a Y in the BitB server. I posted in the image. If you can't find me, look in the image share. I posted pictures of my Wreck-It Ralph roll and Bill Cipher plushies, so...
I'm very, reserved when it comes to, friend requests and things, though. Personally. I remember... God. So, way back in the day, I remember, back in the MySpace era, I saw a lot of people that were just... What now?
Did you have a MySpace? I remember I had one when I was 16.
No, and actually, this is going to do a really good job of painting, me as a person, at least, from a social media standpoint, because I still have very similar stupid ideals as I did back then. Back then, I really didn't. I mean, look, I get the appeal of social media, but I don't really get the idea and the appeal of just becoming friends with somebody on social media, because back in the MySpace days, it honestly didn't matter. I don't know if it matters a little bit more nowadays, or I don't know if people are a little bit more selective with who they decide to send friend requests to, but back in the MySpace days, it didn't matter at all. There would be people that would just be like, guys, I just got friended by by Justin Timberlake on MySpace, and you're just like, cool, so you personally know him? And he's like, well no, but yeah, I got a friend from him. It's like, so what does it matter? Okay, cool.
At least back then, during the MySpace era, people actually ran their own MySpace pages. Nowadays, everything's run by a PR director.
That's true. Yeah. If somebody actually had
a
MySpace
celebrity
account,
follows you on Twitter?
Nuh-uh.
That's just somebody they hired to run that account.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Same cannot be said for, I don't know. Because I do know that there's, quite a few people on Twitter who, their Twitter account is their own. And you can tell just by how freaking terrible they are. Completely unabashed, no rules, no filter. And you know that, on normal circumstances, the celebrity would have, a PR person being like, yeah, you probably shouldn't say that in a press release. But with the Twitter account, you have 280 characters that you can just send out at any time, at any place. And then you find out that somebody that you used to really enjoy was a scumbag. That's happened to me a couple of times, and it makes me sad. My dream VAs to meet would probably be either Alison Packard or whoever voices Cloud in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Ooh. All right. Maybe Aerith or Kate Sith VA, or Sephiroth, of course. So I see that you like the Final Fantasy. Good stuff. See, I have not
want to play
played
FF7
that.
Remake. I just don't know if my computer can run it. Square Enix games are really... are kind of taxing on the PC. I don't know if my computer could run it.
I'm sure my computer could run it. My only question is, what stupid, what stupidity have they done behind the scenes with the software to make it run on your computer? Like de novo, basically. Because I know that Square Enix is one of those publishers that they kind of shove de novo into everything like candy. And
to be honest, I'd probably pirate it.
because I don't want to give Square Enix money anyway. I kind of don't like them.
Well, like, yeah, that's fair. Like, if you want to play something like that and not give money, I guess. I know there are a lot of people that are currently talking about and championing the high seas and whatnot nowadays, especially without.
You cannot steal from a company. It is called reclamation. You cannot steal from You cannot steal from a major corporation. It is called reclamation.
Well, there's another thing. So a lot of people are saying this as a joke, but honestly, it's becoming less of a joke every single day.
What's wrong with
there
Square?
Are so many
they sold off a bunch of IPs to a really shitty group called Embracer to invest in NFTs for one thing.
Yeah, I remember that bit. Anyway, so like I forget what situation it was in. I think it was Ubisoft who was saying that, like, you know, people need to get used to the idea of not owning their video games. Is basically
CEO.
what he said. And I saw that a lot of people were responding with, okay, well, if I can't own my video games, then that means that pirating isn't stealing. What are you gonna do about it?
What are you gonna do
you're
about
not
it?
selling a product? All right, then I didn't steal it from you.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I kind of like, on the one hand, he was talking about it in the sense of like a Netflix for games, where it's like he was basically comparing, like, we don't really have people, you know, like Netflix are, you know, for people are okay with like not owning movies because we have stuff like Netflix now. That sort of thing hasn't really happened for games yet. So in order to make that happen, people have to kind of have the same idea of, oh, I don't own the movies, I just have Netflix. That kind of needs to happen for games too. So I get what he was talking about, but at the same time, yeah, it's still scummy as hell.
Well, my response to that, you know, to that kind of mentality is, who says I don't want to own my movies and video games? Like,
exactly. That's the whole thing about it is.
Just because Netflix is a thing that exists doesn't mean that I want, like, physical, like, tangible ways of getting movies to suddenly disappear.
Exactly.
No,
we need to have multiple options. Like, Netflix is a good option, and digital is a good option, but we need to have more than that. We need to also have, you know, the option for physical media if we still want it, because some people want to be able to physically hold the thing that they own, which is totally fair and valid.
I would love to be able to just, like, you know what? I would like to go and pick up, like, the physical copy of this particular show, you know, seasons 1, 2, and 3, and then I want to watch them, and I could binge that on my own time. And the cool thing about that is that I could just watch that on whatever player that I want. Like, you know, I have that ability, and also I have that ability from now until the end of the existence of everything. You know, like,
until at least as long as the physical copy works. I have unfortunately learned that even physical media does so recently a voice actor that I'm a big fan of, his name is Sean Chiplock. He did it. He also streams, and his streams are awesome. Twitch.tv/SonicMega. Go subscribe to him. He was trying to play an old, very rare PS1 game called Tail Concerto, because he managed to find a copy at a used game store for like really pretty inexpensive. Like, this is a game that normally goes for like $300 to $400, but he managed to find a copy for close to around like $75 or something like that. So that was like a steal. So he gets this game and he tries to play it, and right before he gets to the final boss, the game refuses to work. Like, it won't load. It won't load the final boss. Yeah. So he sends a way to have the disc resurfaced, and then after the disc resurfacing, the game like now won't load at all.
Yep. There is such a thing as CD rot.
Yeah.
It happens.
So what he ended up doing was he sent it away to another place to get it prepared, and that didn't work. So after like trying three different places to like disc repair, resurfacing types of places to try and get it repaired, what he ended up doing was he actually went out and bought another physical copy that was tested, that was provenly working just to be able to finish
Yeah.
it.
What a deal.
What a deal.
That's
And he
unfortunate.
he gave away the bricked copy. Like he gave it like if someone else actually wants this copy that doesn't work, do it as a giveaway. So
Right.
that was pretty real of him.
I know that there are some folks out there that are all about the software preservation, and for in those circumstances, they would say, well, digital copies of things can be replicated as many times as you need to. So people are kind of moving towards like we really should be moving into like more of a digital era of like, you know, we should be able to copy the movie files and the audio files that we pick up, and be able to store them on whatever we want. Now, obviously, this stands directly in the way of capitalism, and the fact that if record companies and movie companies had their ways, they'd be having us rebuying a copy of like The Lion King, like over and over and over again until the heat death of the universe. But that doesn't really help when it comes to any preservation efforts, because I mean, imagine like there might be a special version of something, like maybe the Star Wars special versions, or the original version, that it had its own spice and flavor to it, and it was like it didn't include a bunch of the CGI and stuff that some people didn't like. And unfortunately, under the concept of the way that capitalism and the way that production companies would look at it, they are perfectly happy with releasing the CG infested Star Wars forever and a day, and would like to pretend that somehow the originals just never existed. And eventually,
I can't stand
physical
that.
copies of those are just going to die out and phase out, unless there are people out there that go out and protect the original versions of these things and remaster them so that we can see them in the highest fidelity we possibly can. There's positive things when it comes to like preservation of older stuff, and while
I really hate
it doesn't make a whole lot of money, but
I hate it when a company changes something and then tries to pretend like the original didn't exist. That actually happened with Shadowverse, which is the game that I do content creation stuff for, or did for quite a while. I probably will again once the sequel comes out. But so what happened was that game used a lot of art from a game that the company made previously. So a lot of the art was reused. And when they released a spin-off game for the Switch, they changed a bunch of the art because they were thinking like maybe this is a little bit too risque, it's a little bit too fan servicey, we might want to tone it down a little bit because we're releasing this game on the Switch to tie in with our new anime series, which is aimed at a much younger audience. The game was kind of aimed at like teens and an older audience originally, but then they made an anime that was like meant for kids. So they tried to kind of tone it down to make it more kid friendly. But what they did was they replaced all of the art they didn't just change it for the Switch game, they replaced all of the art in the original game with the new censored artwork. And there is no option to change it back. And and while some of it's an improvement, like some of the art I'm like, yeah, this toning this down was actually a good idea. This is better now. There are some of it where like the changes are kind of like they feel kind of sexist and insulting. Like it's like this where it's like some of it's like understandable, others were like you didn't need to censor this. There was nothing sexual about this. This was just like a little bit of skin showing in a way that was perfectly valid and normal and wasn't even like really that fan servicey. So it was like perfectly acceptable for the game's teen, like the fact that the game is like teen rated, it's perfectly acceptable for that rating. And so that's what frustrates me, is the fact that there is no option to change it back. So you just have, so it's like the company tried to pretend the original artwork never existed. And I'm like, that's shitty, because that art was there in that game for like 4 years.
God, could
and
you
we
imagine
all know
if,
it. We all got used to it. You can't just pretend it wasn't ever there.
Could you imagine if we like lived in a world where like 4Kids was in charge of doing all the censorship for everything? Because that's what I
Like-
feel like would happen.
Like, I could understand if you wanted to have the new art be the default and just, like, have that on, like you download the game and that's just how the art is after you download it now, but give us an option at least to change it back if you were, to acknowledge the fact that it was there originally, and to give old players, like, the options. Like, I'm used to the card art looking this way, I want it to go back to the way that it was.
This is very reminiscent of, oh, yeah, right. The Skullgirls situation. You remember that?
Yeah, I did hear
God,
about that.
basically the exact same thing happened. And for those people who don't know, first of all, Skullgirls is not appropriate for all ages, so. But second of all, apparently, like, so Skullgirls originally came out through, like, Kickstarter, and there were a bunch of people that, like, they really, really loved the concept of it. And it's basically a really batshit insane fighting game concept with a lot of really interesting character designs and also very scantily clad sort of things as well. You know,
Like, it's like an anime-esque art aesthetic, and there's like a bunch of and there's some like sexy fan servicey characters. It's very anime.
Yeah.
It's not
Like-
actually anime. It's just very anime-esque. It's
it
got
looks
the
very
vibe.
nice. But
Yeah.
like not too long ago, keep in mind this is something that happened like 10 years after the original game's release. The company, I don't remember exactly how this went down, but I think the company that owned the game sold the game off to a different company, and then this company got really worried because they wanted to be able to, like, you know, make money. Maybe it was like a stock market move, or maybe it was just they wanted to clean up their image for investors or something like that. So in the process of doing that, they decided that they were going to censor, like, all of the art in Skullgirls. Like, so pretty much any of the characters that had any sort of, like, skin showing, or anybody that would have been scantily clad or something like that, nope, out. So retroactively, they completely changed these characters up, like, 10 years later, which is extremely fecked up because, like, this game was kickstarted by a bunch of people that were really invested and interested in the way that the original characters looked to begin with. Like, Skullgirls would not exist if it weren't for the fact that a bunch of these people were invested and interested in what
I
they
knew
originally
some of the
made.
changes
So,
were like some of the changes made sense because, like, for some of the characters they were like toning down kind of the scantily cladness on characters that were actually not, they were actually underage. Like, one character was like 16. And there
In
was
that
like some shots of
circumstance,
her that were a
alright,
little bit
fine.
that were a little bit racy. So they're like, okay, let's change that because she's only 16.
See, that's one
So,
of those moments
that
where
makes
you
sense.
just be like, yeah, no, that probably shouldn't have been a thing to begin with. Yeah, get rid of it.
Yeah, that kind of thing makes sense to change. But they were like censoring a lot of stuff, and they weren't giving
Right.
the option to change it back. And yeah, for a game
Yeah,
that's
when
been
you-
out
when
that
you're basically
long,
when you're cleansing an entire thing with fire, essentially, which is
Yeah.
pretty much their mentality when it came to you know, doing the cleanup on Skullgirls. Now, keep in mind, I am not interested in Skullgirls. I am not one of those people that I'm just like, oh yes, this is my jam. I don't care. I don't like fighting games, and also I don't play games to, like, you know, get jollies or anything. But, like, the principle of it still I have a problem with. The whole idea that 10 years from now, somebody who's released a video game can just come out of the woodwork and be like, hey guys, do you remember this really, really cool thing that you played a long time ago? Well, we're just going to retroactively decide to change major elements of how the game looks, and there is no say in it whatsoever. You don't have the ability to swap it back at all. Goodbye. Like,
yeah,
no.
that's really. I do like Skullgirls. I used to be like a competitive level Skullgirls player. I didn't stick with it, unfortunately, but I was at one point. I was a really sick Valentine main. I could play like on a competitive level.
Oh, really?
But and yeah, but I hadn't played for a long time after that happened. When I heard about that, I'm like, oh, that just sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And again, it's a case of, like, you know, thing gets sold to somebody else who doesn't care, who doesn't have any, like, you know, they don't have integrity. All they have is money. You know, more money than sense, as most people say. Remember Mario? His outfit is now orange. Thanks for watching. Oh God. So actually, what was his original uniform look like? What did he look like back in the day? Because he did actually have like an orange and yellow uniform in like the original Mario, right? Wouldn't it be funny if they just retroactively said, just like, okay, so you know that red and blue thing that a lot of people have been attached to? We realize we need to get back to our roots. So all the Mario games from here on are getting patched to have that color scheme. Good night. It's like, I'm sorry?
Free.
I mean, like, okay, but why? That just seems very butthurt and stupid of you. Stop it. Get some help. And this isn't a new thing. Like, you know, this isn't something that has just recently started happening. In fact, this is something that I've seen a lot of companies do before. Like, funny enough, one of the first companies that I can, like, off the top of my head, remember doing this with is Half-Life. I remember, like, this happened to Half-Life, which is freaking hilarious. Yeah, at one point, they remastered a bunch of the things in Half-Life, and that included, like, a bunch of brand new, like, models for NPC characters, so the NPCs didn't look as doofy and strange. But the problem with that is that a lot of people got really attached to those older character models. So for a lot of people, they looked at that and they're just like, nope, that's the inferior ones. Now, luckily, Valve did give you the option to go into the settings and turn that off, so you can still get the old models if you wanted to. But it was just kind of weird that they even changed that in the first place, because it's like, dude, this game came out in what, like 1990 something? Earlier than that? 1989 maybe? And this is actually, I don't remember exactly, but like, it's an old ass freaking game. Like, why are you going and changing something like that? That's dumb. Half-Life, why not Fall 1? Ha 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 ha. But here's something interesting. The polar opposite of remaking something. For recently, for Half-Life's like anniversary, not too long ago, I think this was like last year, they went in and demade Half-Life. What I mean by that is they went back and like they remastered a whole bunch of the elements of the game and made it a little bit more like time period accurate to what it was supposed to be back when it originally came out. Because like they had been updating Half-Life for years and years and years with little things like, oh, we're going to change the introduction so it's, you know, it's more in line with what the intro looks like on modern Half-Life games. Oh, we're going to change the NPCs so that they're a little bit more in line with what the NPCs look like in the modern games. Like, you know, tiny little elements like that. And then they just said, nah, reverse. And I'm like, really? Like, that's different. You don't usually see, like, you know, video game creators go back and say, yeah, no, this was pretty classic. So, you know, it's not like they changed back to, like, original code or something. No, they kept improved code for a bunch of things. They just, like, they made it so that the game will run visibly the same as it did back in the early 1990s.
Cool.
That's it.
It's good to preserve your history.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the reasons why, like, you know, Steam is a big corporate entity. I'm not going to pretend like they're my friend or anything, but if there is any platform out there that I'm going to get up to bat for, it's Steam. Because, like, Valve has done enough work in the industry that I feel they show that they care about video games, preservation, and their lineage.
Oh yeah. Gabe Newell is, I'm not gonna say he can do no wrong, but he's a guy in the games industry I actually think is, like, he's actually a cool person.
Oh, Gabe has done several things wrong. Let's be real. Like,
yeah,
there's a couple of interesting decisions he's made for his games. Like,
oh, for sure.
Let's talk.
But
about
I still, like, overall, I think he's like a good dude. Like, the fact he was, like, personally handing out Steam Decks, like, he personally delivered Steam Decks to people. Like, that's awesome.
Right. It's a cool company with a cool CEO, in my opinion. Wasn't there some sort of heavy update that was supposed to be a thing, but then never happened in TF2? Yeah, like I said, a lot of people are pissed about TF2 related things.
Yeah,
So,
did
they
that
ain't
ever
perfect.
get fixed? Because lots of people were like campaigning for it to get fixed. Did that go anywhere? Because I was like, I really hope that goes somewhere.
Yes. They went and they basically IP banned the a bunch of the people that were like the major heads of um, these big old like botting servers, essentially. Like they finally went around and do it, and I don't know why it took them so long. Maybe they were just waiting for the right opportunity, and like my
To be
theory is that
honest, they probably didn't just weren't aware of it. Like they were
oh
so
no,
focused on other things.
no
Like they
no no,
didn't
there's
like. They're
no
like, oh
way
wait, that's a problem.
there's no way they weren't aware of it. Like people were trying to make them aware of it for years. So I think I subscribe more to the idea that when it comes to taking actions like these, it's better to take them when the iron is hot. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you don't want to go all like patch crazy, because if you're patch crazy on stuff like this, then you're just going to be playing a constant game of whack-a-mole. The benefit to waiting on doing like a mass ban like this is that you might be able to get like you're going to be able to cast a wider net, and you'll be able to get a better idea of how botting servers operate, and potentially that could help you out with exterminating any bots or any weird bug related problems more efficiently. I kind of
For now,
I
that's
subscribe
good.
to that idea.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say they're completely complacent and stupid. Like, it's Valve. Like, I don't think they would allow one of their IPs just fall into ruin. I think they're just being very cautious about, hey, look, pie. Tasty. Thank you for the meal, sir. Oh, madam. Or however you eye line to.
Be right back.
Also, that one guy says, like, I'm a go now, bye. BRB, okay. Making sure I understand what you guys mean by bot. You mean, like, accounts that aren't actual people and are just AI or something like that? Yes. Basically, like, there are bot characters and players that would just spring into TF2 lobbies and just completely smoke anybody in the lobby, or anybody that's currently playing the game. As well as also there's like a lot of bot activity. Oh, one really disgusting thing was there were some bots that were like they would be like AI bots that would also have synthetic voices to them, and they would usually take like synthetic voices of popular YouTubers and celebrities, and they would have them running around in matches, basically saying the most vile and disgusting things possible. I'll let you go ahead and, I'll let your imagination run wild on that one, because you could probably guess. And a lot of people were very upset with this because it was really destructive and like disruptive to the gameplay and just how things flowed. As well as also like, people are there to have fun, and these bots were actively making it not fun. And I'm sure there's probably a couple other layers of things that those bots did that I'm not thinking about. Probably crashers too. Like, I don't know. That screwed up on so many levels. Yep. And that's why so many people were just like, Valve, do something. But Valve was pretty quiet on that for the longest time. But like I said, I don't think it's a complacency thing. I don't think Valve was just like, no, we don't care. The money factory is still printing us money, so therefore we're not going to do anything. No, I think this is just a case of like, they were waiting for the right time to do, something about it. You only have so many resources on hand to be able to take care of situations like that, and I'm sure they probably had, like, probably a section of their business specifically dedicated to watching this kind of activity and charting it and making sure that they knew what was going on, so that when the time was right, they could strike. So, not too worried about that, you know? What I don't get is that this area would have been clean if they had a tank filter rather. Question though, I guess this is a tank. Yeah, I suppose. You're right. Well, okay, there's only so much the tank filters can do. Let's be real. I'm sure that, like, at some points, I mean, I'm actually dead certain that, you know, like, I'm sure that aquariums do have to, like, take the fish out of a certain enclosure, either by, like, airlifting or by moving them through tunnels or something, and then cleaning an area and then bringing them back in. So, I don't see this as being too weird. I mean, not only that, but, like, what if they need to do some sort of maintenance? Like, you know, what if something like one of these lights breaks? And I was just like, okay, well, we got to get somebody in there to fix it. I think that makes sense. So I saw a little bit earlier, Bendy was saying, sorry if I haven't been talking. I was just busy watching Lion King 1.5. Some fish use the drains to get back to the ocean while the employees are distracted. Ah, yes, you know, pulling a Nemo. Let's have a heart-to-heart, Lassie. Oh, man. Like, I have an interesting relationship with Lion King 1.5. Like, I think it's a good movie, but it definitely, like, it nowhere does it light a candle to the original Lion King. Like, could never compare the two. And it's interesting because it's an attempt to try and, like, you know, add some extra lore and history to what was going on behind the scenes. And, like, it, you know, it almost made it sound like, you know, Timon and Pumbaa were doing a lot more behind the scenes than we knew. And it turned out that, like, there were major elements of the stories where it wouldn't have happened if Timon and Pumbaa weren't there. You know what I mean? And I don't know, that just feels a little bit cheesy to me. It's like, it's an odd way to do you know, a prequel. You know what I mean? Basically, when Timon and Pumbaa did behind... Yeah, right. And I think, as a concept, it's fun. I think it's funny. Am I like... I don't know. Do I like that? When I was younger, I think I definitely did enjoy watching the movie, but nowadays, as I've gotten older, and now that I've kind of, like, got more of a critic's hat on, now I feel like I look at stuff like that and I go, I don't really see what the point was. Or just like, I don't see the overall appeal or the strength behind this concept. Seems kind of silly. The song Digatana is pretty catchy. I agree! Digatana, Digatana, keep a dig, never get done. Digatana, Digatana, quick before the hyena comes. Dig! Yeah. Certain YouTuber couples of which the girl in the relationship does a cover of it and their outro music. Sweet. That's fun. It's crazy seeing the kind of things that people are super nostalgic for now. Because, like, I'll say that I enjoy Lion King 1.5. Am I nostalgic for Lion King 1.5? Nah, not really. Like, I enjoyed it for sure. It's kind of also, like, I've heard of so many people talk about the nostalgia they have for Wii games, and I'm like, oh, I have no connection. I don't know. One of the mainline Nintendo games, cool, but, like, you know, people are talking about the nostalgia they had for, like, this one particular Wii shovelware game, and I'm like, what? What is this bizarro land we're speaking of? What did you remember? Good parts of those interruptions. I can agree with that, actually, yeah. The interruptions were funny. As a matter of fact, I think that's one of the reasons why I like Emperor's New Groove. Because they had a couple of situations like that in Emperor's New Groove. You know, where, like, you know, Cusco just stops everything, and he's just like, okay, look, here's the deal. And it's clearly, it's one of those scenes that they stitched together out of, like, you know, the broken movie that was The Emperor's New Groove.
I mean, the broken movie that was Kingdom of the Sun.
Yes, right. Kingdom of the Sun. That's right. There we go. I'm just thinking of like, what other things like? Oh yeah, I remember. Remember, I this isn't really a joke. It's more of an observation. But I remember mentioning a while back that like one of these days, someday in the future, we're gonna have like finger family videos that people are gonna be nostalgic for. That's gonna happen.
Crazy.
You know,
About
like in 10 or like 15 years, we're gonna have somebody on social media just being like, there's gonna be like lost media archives that are gonna be looking around desperately for one Finger Family episode that included like Mickey Mouse, Super Mario, Elsa, Spider-Man, and Batman all on the same fingers, and they're just like, no, the thumb was Batman. No, it was it wasn't the finger, it was the thumb. And I'm sitting there and I'm just
hilarious, not gonna lie.
I'm dying. So, partially, I'm like, I'm dying slowly. But on the other side of the coin, I'm like, I kind of want to see these detective videos. Like, this is going to be amazing YouTube content in the future, where someone's like, there was once a Finger Family video, and it involved all the characters of Family Guy, but it was mysteriously deleted during the expulsion of 2020. Like, that is going to be some great essay material in the future, and I am all for it. Not forget about the Virtual Ride DVD. Yeah, I remember that! Oh, that was so freaking awesome! I remember the Virtual Ride on the DVD. That was fun. Although, man, there weren't a whole lot of options. You remember when DVDs used to have, like, fun stuff on them? In fact, you remember DVDs? Let's go to the standards here. Do you remember when things used to be on physical media? I do. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Are you talking about those weird YouTube Kids videos? Yep. Oh, I'm talking about those. Weird YouTube Kids videos. Like the sweatshop videos that are made for like YouTube Kids. There's going to be nostalgia for them. People will be pining to see them again. I mean, heck, I remember I'm nostalgic for a couple of videos on the internet that I know are like either lost or just I completely forget what the title of the videos are. Trying to think of the last time.
Me
that
too.
I was
Like there was this one. Like there was this Smash Brothers Machinima series that I watched back in like when I was in high school. That was like it was made with Melee, and I don't remember anything about it. But I wish I did because I know I would love to find it again.
I know there's a lot of content on the internet that like. Okay, so I remember I watched a lot of Halo Machinima back in the day. And I do not, for the life of me, remember where to find it anymore. Like, I don't know. There's a couple of websites that I think I might be able to check, but I don't remember the title of the movies because they were always like, you know, just the title of the movie that you downloaded from a server somewhere. You know, it wasn't streamed by any services. It was just like you downloaded the video and bada boom, bada bing, you had the video. Because nobody had the resources to be able to stream video at that point. But, like, those videos are kind of lost to time now for me, because I can't find them.
Yeah.
A rooster... Oh. I mean, no. Red versus Blue. Everyone knows Red versus Blue. Everybody knows, like, Machinima, Red versus Blue. Go together like chocolate and peanut butter. No. There was actually a massive amount of people that were making Machinima way back. Like... Rooster Teeth kind of spearheaded that one, but, like, there were a lot of Machinima people that were doing Machinima art and stuff, and, like, movies and things. And it was so interesting because, like, you never knew what the heck people were going to make, Machinima-wise. I do remember that something happened that really, like, basically it killed all of Machinima for the longest time. I don't know if it's, like, I don't know if it's still a thing or not, but a long time ago, like right around the time then when Rooster Teeth got really popular with Red versus Blue, and when several different there were several different shows that were like sprouting out of the woodwork and becoming really popular and becoming big. And I guess some big wigs at Microsoft looked at that situation and went, we're squashing this before it gets too big. So before anybody else could really like grow huge like Rooster Teeth did, Microsoft released an official statement regarding Machinima, and they said, for the record, you are allowed to create Machinima using Halo. However, there are certain rules and regulations that you need to abide by if you are going to be making Halo Machinima, as well as, like, you know, things that you can and can't do, essentially. And this set of rules, I don't remember the exact details of it, but I do remember that some of the key things were you cannot make anything that is based within the Halo universe, or you cannot create your own canon. Whatever you decide to make Machinima-wise has to be your own personal canon, your own story. 2, you cannot use any of the sound effects within the games themselves. So if you're going to be making Machinima, you have to source your own gun sound effects, your own atmospheric sound effects, your own like walking sound effects, your own fight sound effects. Basically, you kind of have to do your own sound work. Third thing, you absolutely cannot sell any merchandise related to it if you are using any of the IP. So, like, you know, if you try and sell something with a Master Chief type looking character on it, they're just going to call that the Master Chief, and they're going to basically sue you for it. So yeah, you couldn't do that. And there were a couple of other things that they also said you can and can't do in Machinima. But more or less, when that announcement came out regarding it, the Machinima scene immediately died. Or, okay, not immediately. It petered out sadly and pathetically. Because suddenly a lot of people were like, oh, well, we don't want to do this anymore because we don't want to get sued by Microsoft. Like, even if people didn't have any intentions of merchandising, they're like, well, what's the point of putting all this effort into making something if at the end of the day I can't get any benefit, like I can't like get any profit out of it, or I won't be able to grow my brand, or it can't go anywhere outside of what I've already created. And funny enough, I think the way that they set it up was that you can still make Machinima similar to what Rooster Teeth was doing if you pay for a specific license, of which they were willing to negotiate a price for. So this was not a license that like they were just handing out to the regular Joe. This was more like, you know, they didn't want to completely kill off the scene. Especially, they didn't want to piss off people that really liked Rooster Teeth and liked Red versus Blue. So they basically went like, we'll give a way of continuing those kind of projects. So if you're real serious about continuing, you know, you can cough up the dough. But yeah, that's unfortunately what ended up happening with Machinima. And I think a lot of people suddenly realized that, like, yeah, making Machinima is kind of a raw deal. Like, unless you're doing it for fun, you should probably not do it. Although, like, you know, it's not that Machinima up and completely died. It still, like, exists in major ways today. For example, SMG4, like what we were talking about previously, was, like, hugely started in Machinima, aka Gary's mod. And, like, look at it now. It's got, like, a major show in, you know, like, on frickin' the Glitchworks and stuff, or whatever the heck. Glitch Studio. So it's not like it's completely dead. But I would say for sure that Halo Machinima is mostly, it's a dying art, I think. Mostly due to the fact that, like, the precedent was set and Microsoft basically put their foot down and said no. Makes me sad. Because I think it would have been kind of cool to see, like, other things that people did with the franchise. In fact, I think that there were a lot of really cool stories that were being made that I was following back in the day, and I was really invested in seeing how certain storylines were going to end. Yeah, that didn't end up working out because a lot of those people, like, the second they got the news that this was happening, they were just like, okay, well, we're done. We need to move on. Sorry, folks. If you were really excited about the finale, well, the finale can't happen with the way things are. And that sucks. Nintendo is not being so nice either, trying to get rid of all the stuff related to their things from Gmod. Good luck with that. Because while you can do that for like the base servers of Gmod, Gmod is one of those pieces of software that you can upload anything you want onto like your own account, or like, you know, you can load it from like your own files, and you can pretty much keep on going from there. So the only thing that Nintendo has really done is they have basically stopped the creation of future random, like, you know, new works from people. Unless those people want to put in the effort of, like, you know, uploading their own copies of Mario into their copy of Gmod. Which, you know, maybe some people do. I know for a fact that, like, you know, SMG4... it's probably no sweat to them. They're just like, whatever. I got the models. I can make it work. I wouldn't be surprised if SMG4, like, backed up all of the models and all of the stuff involved with their shows, like, really early on. Just as, like, a precautionary thing. If they did, smart. There we go. But yeah, surprisingly, you know, to go back on more, like, you know, positive stories, though, Machinima was, like, a pretty wide and diverse thing. Like, there were people that were actively making comedy skits with it. There were people that were making, like, super serious, like, multi-layered stories with it. There were people that were making, like, you know, maybe, like, less serious shows, but, you know, shows that still, like, had some intriguing or interesting things involved with it. Like, there was a lot of really cool stuff in Machinima, like, but sadly, a couple things happened. One, we hadn't yet, like, you know, started up the whole video streaming thing yet. And number two, well, okay, like, no, that's basically it. That was the one thing that really, like, capped the spread of Machinima. Oh, and then there was the Machinima YouTube channel. Do we even want to open that rabbit hole? And the unfortunate nature of how that worked out? Like, you know, Machinima, it lasted for quite a long time. And in fact, like, Microsoft didn't really go after anybody significantly. So there were a couple of Machinima artists that just kept on going. Especially people that they had no intention of making any money off of their products anyways. Or people that were just like, whatever, screw the rules. But, yeah, unfortunately, you know, Machinima is an unfortunate
Screw the rules, we aren't making money.
Yeah, screw the rules, we're not making money. Did you just summon a bunch of IP in one turn? Yeah, so... That's great. I'm thinking of making my own version of me as Bill OC, a square with eyeball, bowler hat, and two-sided cane. Go for it!
Shape Sonas. I once hosted a Shape Sona week on, I once hosted a Shape Sona week on Tumblr. It was inspired by Gem Sona Week, which was a Steven Universe thing. Everybody drew themselves as gems. I'm like, I'm gonna do that, but for Gravity Falls. And so I did Shape Sona Week, and was like a week where everybody drew themselves as a Bill Cipher creature. It was very cool. We got a lot of cool designs, yeah.
Nova says I'm gonna make a Knito pet OC. I've seen plenty of those. Again, go for it. Make your silly characters. Do the creative. You triggered my trap card, Kaiba. A DMCA.
Man, the guy who makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge is still making Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, and that is so cool.
Lil Karibo is like
He is the goat.
a crazy person.
He is the goat. I met him once. It was MomoCon 2013. I was cosplaying Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph, and that convention was legendary because the weekend that convention happened was the week that Wreck-It Ralph came out on Blu-ray. So there was actually people from Disney at the convention promoting it, and they had a real Fix-It Felix Jr. arcade cabinet that you could play for free. So naturally, me and my friend and her boyfriend, I was Turbo, she was Felix, and her boyfriend was Ralph. Naturally, we all cosplayed together, and naturally, everybody wanted our pictures in front of that cabinet. So we spent I swear, half the time at the convention that entire weekend just posing in front of that cabinet, letting people take pictures. It was so awesome, and the Disney people gave us hero medals. For
sweet.
our cosplays. They were these actually really big, nice, really nice hero medals. They were just for people who cosplayed Wreck-It Ralph at the convention that they were giving them away to, and it was so cool.
That's fun.
That con was legendary.
Oh man, I have not done too many cons at all. As well as also, I don't really cosplay much at all.
Cosplay. I've sadly had to kind of not do it for a while because of COVID and because of having a spinal injury where I cannot stand or walk for more than a very short period of time. But
Yeah.
hopefully I will get some surgery or something for that. Recently, I'm meeting with the doctor about it soon, so hopefully that gets resolved. Because I would like to go to conventions and cosplay again. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
That would be incredibly nice.
It would be nice. It would
Walking
be nice
would
to
be
walk
pleasant.
again.
Well, I wish you the best with that one for sure.
Thank you.
Oh God, no, that just reminds me of I got a brother who I've told this story a couple times on stream, but it's relevant. I got a brother who he's got basically a lifelong injury that's unfortunate. So basically, he used to be in band a long time ago, and he got he was with a whole bunch of his friends, and they were all suited up and kitted up and ready to go off and play with instruments and things. And one of his bandmates, roughhousing, like you do when you're a teenager. And this was in his senior year of high school, mind you. When they were roughhousing, he basically tried to jump onto his back. And the problem with that is that he tried to jump on his back while my brother also had this heavy freaking drum set on the front of him. Because he played the drums in band. And unfortunately, when you do that, when you put not only the weight of those drums, but the weight of another person, a fully sized adult person on your back, that fucks with you. And since that day,
that sounds painful just you describing it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, since that day, he no longer has what's a good way to put it? His spine is a mystery. You know what I mean? I remember for the longest time he was on all sorts of different combinations of painkillers. He has had his back MRI'd and scanned several times. And in general, the discs in his back are just not the same, or not how they should be. So
it's my problem. My discs are screwed up.
Mm-hmm. So let that be a lesson to people, man. Take care of your back. Take care of your body, because all it takes is for one person to do one stupid thing one time, and suddenly, for the rest of your life, you're either on painkillers or just immobile. That can happen, man. I mean, heck, I remember there's this one story that I got, and oh boy, this is actually genuinely something that I concern myself with considerably. But I remember I was working at this one place, and I was trying to do some IT-related business with them. This was around the time that I was, like, a lot heavier than I am now. Basically back when I wasn't watching my weight and wasn't trying to be reasonable with how much I consumed. And I was leaning over, like, a desk, basically looking behind a computer where a bunch of, like, computer routers and cables were. And, like, they had this really important email, or, like, this important report that they had to send out, like, now. Now. Like, they only have literally, like, 2 hours, maybe 1 hour, because of, like, a time difference in time zone between two different places. And so they were panicking. I was panicking. And I basically said, okay, you know what? I'm going to check the wiring in the back. I'm going to see whether or not maybe there's something wrong back there. And so I leaned forward to try and, like, take a look at what the heck was happening on, like, behind there. Now, me being a stupid and being uncoordinated as heck, I did a stupid thing, and I leaned and put all of my weight onto one leg. And that didn't turn out very well, because when you put that much weight onto that one leg, and then when you extend out your leg, like, fully straight, if there's a little bit too much, like, forward pressure going on with that leg, suddenly the connection between the top part of your leg and the bottom part of your leg, it's not as sturdy, is what I'm saying. Basically, what happened was, you know how your leg is supposed to bend, like, you know, this way? Well, my leg did this. Yeah, hyper extended and, like, bent much farther than it was supposed to. Basically, it dislodged and dislocated itself, and the second it happened, I immediately, like, pushed myself away from the desk, and then, like, I flew back, fell on the floor. Luckily, my leg, like, popped back into place immediately afterwards. But after that happened, my leg hurt like a son of a gun. Like, I had to go home and, like, rest for a few days. It sucked. But what really sucks, is that nowadays, I have noticed that if I bend that particular leg just a little bit too far forward, I, like, depending on the situation, like, if I've walked a whole lot that day, I feel an ache behind my kneecap. So I'm pretty sure that that's just a lifelong injury that I'm going to have to deal with for
Hey, man.
the rest of my life.
I'm so sorry, man.
Well, we're all talking about injuries here, so, you know, I felt I was at home. But, you know, that's sadly something that you have to deal with, you know? Like, we don't know what's going to end up making who we are at the end of the day. You just kind of cross your fingers and hope that whatever you run into and whatever you do in your day-to-day life is going to lead to good things. You know? We don't know what's going to create those weird body quirks in the future. You're just going to kind of hope that maybe today isn't the day that it happens. Because, again, I didn't know that that was going to happen that day. I didn't know that, like, just the option of leaning forward on a desk was going to give me an injury that I was going to have to deal with the rest of my life. And it's not a major one. It's just kind of one of those, well, I guess I'll keep that in mind. And if someday in the future I need knee surgery, I know why. So, Bendy's got a story. I was in school, and there was this long desk, and I did the same thing as well. Oh, no. I fell, and I hit myself on the metal bar under the table. Oh, shoot. Not only did I get hurt, I had a black eye, and oh my, ugh, and bit your lip.
Nasty.
Oh, that sounds awful. Ugh. Sorry to hear that. God, that whole like, oh God, hitting yourself on the metal bar underneath. That just reminds me of like, you know, when you were a kid and you hit your shins with a razor scooter. That's my thought. That's what like popped in my head immediately. Ouch. Oh man. So while we're talking about random like, you know, school related injuries, this didn't happen to me, but it happened to somebody that I like happened to see. So I was at the nurse's office a while back when I was in school. I don't remember what it was for. I think it was pretty benign and stupid. It was probably just like, oh, I got a headache or something like that. I'd just be like, you know, raging freaking headache. I need like some ibuprofen and a lie down. Something to that degree. Well, somebody that walked in came in from home economics. You know, place where they teach you a whole bunch of things like cooking and sewing and all of the fun stuff that you do inside of your house. Honestly, I kind of wish I took that class because I think that would have been fun. But anyway, that aside, a dude came in from home ec, and I guess they had been sewing that day. The reason why I say that is because this man had a needle lodged right through their thumb. Apparently, they had been using the sewing machines, and I guess he slipped, and his thumb ended up inside the machine. That was freaking creepy. But the interesting thing is that, like, he went in there with, like, very high spirits. He was just like, oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm fine. You know, I think the adrenaline of the situation hadn't run out yet. So he was just like, yeah, I don't know. It's just there. Whatever. And so eventually, you know, since he was in the nurse's office, they needed to get the needle out. And luckily, the needle hadn't, like, really passed through any, like, major... I don't think it passed through any major bone structure. Or maybe it did. I don't know. I think it came down at, like, a very interesting angle where it probably, like, sheared the top of, like, the bone in the thumb. But, like, not enough... Like, it didn't pierce through the bone or anything. It pierced through, like, the soft tissue and not that. So they were able to remove the needle from his thumb and bandage it up. And funny enough, like, after the adrenaline had worn off and after they had pulled the thing out of his thumb, that was when he started to, like, get queasy and fall over and, like, and sick. And I'm standing there just like, I don't blame you, man. It's kind of one of those moments, like, it's a humbling moment where you go in there for, like, a headache and then you see, like, the worst thing possible and you go, like,
yeah,
wow, I shouldn't be here. I am a wuss. You should get the crown for the day. You are the injury maestro. 3 cheers. Okay, we got a couple other, like, you know, injury related things here. Sci-Fi says, I think one of the worst injuries I've ever self-inflicted was one time my family and I went to this place called Jekyll Island. Interesting. We were just hanging out at this beach and had a bunch of these grills around. Oh, no. Anyways, there was this bit of ash on the ground that didn't look steaming or anything. Oh. Okay. But I was barefoot playing around with my Buzz Lightyear action figure. Buzz Lightyear to the right. Not paying attention, I stepped on it and burned my foot somehow. And I was basically bedridden for the whole vacation. That sucks. God.
sucks, yeah.
That's unfortunate. I've been on, like, some vacations where I've gotten a little bit of an injury. I think I went out to San Diego and I made the stupid decision of going out to, like, the zoo and a bunch of outdoor activities in, like, blazing sun. And then I woke up the next day and not only did I have a bunch of blisters on my feet because I'm just like, oh, the nerd who doesn't walking around suddenly did a bunch of walking around. Smart move, idiot. But also, I had a sunburn the likes of which I have never had before. And it sucked. Like, what's screwy is that, like I said, I think I said this a little bit earlier. California is it's warm, but it's more of like a cool warm. You know, like there's wind going through the area. You don't feel like you're baking underneath the sun, but you are. And so that kind of tricks you. So the next day, you're just like, ow, everything hurts. Why didn't I use sunscreen? So needless to say, I think I wore sunscreen for the rest of that, but I was also under the mindset of, oh, well, what's done is done. Guess I'll just deal with it. But no, I was just like, no, I don't want to hurt anymore this vacation. It is funny coming back from California, though, and everybody being like, oh my god, you got a tan. And it's like, yeah, I'm not pasty. I'm not a terrible uber pasty nerd anymore. Hi.
Isn't that great?
It's adorable. It's great. Benny says, nothing compared to what happened to my bike. I made it to this circle in my neighborhood. I lost control and I fell. Oh, yep. Scraped your hands on the pavement. Yep, I feel that. Had bandages on my hands for a bunch of days. Yeah. Oh, I could imagine that. I think when I was younger, I was an absolute fiend when it came to my knees. I probably shouldn't have been. I used to I don't know why, but I scraped my knees on a constant basis, and I do not know why it kept happening. I was just like, ooh, yay, do the electric slide, or whatever the frig, and then just sliding across the floor, and I realized, oh, yeah, right, friction is a thing. And then I look down, and I'm just like, oh, bandage! Mother, fix me! And I'm sure, in her head, I'm sure she's just like, I don't think anything can fix you. I'm kidding, my mom is great. School dog almost bit off your finger. Ooh, that's terrifying. Also, Nova is asking, where is Snab? I don't know, chat. Where's Snab? That's a good question. I don't know where he is. I feel like a Blue's Clues main character. It's just or like Dora the Explorer. Can you see Snab? Point to the screen where you see Snab.
They actually leaked, that reminds me, they leaked the entire animatic for the full, Learning with Pibby? That whole Adult Swim crossover thing that was really, really huge on the internet? So that had an 11-minute pilot that was fully storyboarded, and had an animatic. And that got leaked recently, and I'm like, this would have been so cool. I'm so sad this didn't go anywhere.
Ah, man. Oh well.
And people were like, it wasn't ever gonna happen because it had too many characters. Like, Warner Brothers owns all that stuff, though. Like, they were only gonna cross over with stuff that Warner Brothers actually owns. So it wouldn't have been a problem.
We live in a universe where there is so much IP.
Multiverses exist.
Yeah, it's like there's so many IP underneath, individual umbrellas nowadays. Something like, Pibby totally could have worked. It's just a case of, the corporate entities that are running the show actually have to look at that and go, yeah, it's worth our time. Because that's the thing. I'm more than convinced that something like that was probably shit canned simply because somebody in, a director's chair. Actually, no, somebody in, a shareholders meeting was just like, no, that'll never work out.
The only reason, because it's so popular. People love the idea.
Well, maybe something will finally get avenged later on down the line. Maybe one of the writers will move on.
The creator said, yeah, it's pretty much been hard confirmed by Cartoon Network. They've told me that they're not going to move forward with it. And it's like,
well, nowadays Cartoon Network is making a lot of stupid decisions, so.
They have been. There was a big animation guild rally yesterday. I would have totally gone if I wasn't on the other side of the country.
Same. Yeah, I am totally for the idea of, like, you know, supporting all of those folks that are doing a lot of hard work. Yeah, I'd love for them to be able to pay, to be able to live in the residences they're currently in. The freaking irony of, like, all of these companies that are just like, no, we're not going to pay you any more for this. And it's just being like, okay, well, can I move and work remotely? No, remote work bad. Like, fuck. Jesus. It really feels like that one meme. You know, the one that's like, I don't know. I think it's the fetch meme, where it's just like, yeah, just like,
I know that
fetch.
one. I know
No,
what you're
no take, only fetch.
Yep.
That's what it feels like sometimes.
It's
where it's
really
just like, yeah, work, no pay, only work. It's like, entrance wall frame. Which frame? Wait. Entrance wall? This is the entrance. Is it one of these? I can't tell. Everything over here is white. How about you, chat? Can you see the thing? Oh, yeah, right. Chat, can you see the thing that I need to clean? Point to it on your screen now. Perfect. Over there. Over where? Oh, God. That was basically my childhood in a nutshell. Shows like that. Freaking Dora the Explorer. There we go. The ocean room vents. That's, the ocean room is over there, right? Is this it? Oh, you're the smelly. Ha ha ha. How much more is left? Oh, I think there's a lot of stuff in there. Actually, wait a minute. Staff door. Oh, staff door? Gift shop? Where's the staff door? Staff door in here? Staff door. There it is. Ta-da! Sweet. To be fair, same Nick Jr. PBS Kids, freaking Disney Jr., tons of stuff like that. Oh yeah, right. It was all about interactions and stuff. Ticket office doors. Wasn't the ticket office door over here? I think so. That just gave me a little bit of a brain. So I know for an absolute fact that I've talked about this, but like, you just reminded me that the Oogie Loves is a thing.
God.
And how dare you for doing it?
How dare you?
Right. That is a sin. Let's see. Ticket office signed lent. Oh, these guys. There we go. And the ocean room vents. So, over here. The what? Here we go again! So, there was a show. Okay, not a show. You know Teletubbies?
Movie. The guy who
Yeah.
made the American
Yeah, okay.
version of Teletubbies.
The American version of Teletubbies. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was originally like Scandinavian or something.
I
Did
thought
you
it
not
was
know
British.
that?
I
It
thought
was originally
British.
like a. It was originally European.
Well, that's interesting.
What country was it actually from? I'm gonna look it up.
I don't know. My brain keeps saying that it was like a British television.
It was British.
Yeah,
It was British.
yeah,
It was made for the BBC. Yeah.
Because I remember the original dubs of Teletubbies, including wasn't the intro was still sung by a British guy. Hello, there's a Kyle in here.
No, God!
Kyle.
Hi.
Are you here to talk about the Oogie Loves with us?
The who?
The what?
Here we go.
Oh God.
Anyway, no, we're discussing like, random kids television from back in the day.
I'm going to be
and there
honest
was
with
this.
you. I'm pretty sure
familiar.
I'm dreaming right now, so you might want to tell the real Bit B I'm a be late.
You say so.
Okay. I'll let him know.
Thank you.
Snooze. Anyway, so chat. Yeah. So the original creators of the Oogie Loves, and apparently, according to Nova, it's like the American.
So it was
branch
the
of
guy
right?
who produced the American version of Teletubbies, because it was originally a BBC show. The version that you've seen, if you've seen it on US TV, is an Americanized version. It was produced by
Mhm.
this guy.
Okay.
Oh god,
Well-
that show was bizarre.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah,
It was crack cocaine.
it was totally
Actually, no,
the
it was
kind of
more
thing
like
you
LSD.
get stoned
Now that I
to.
think about it, LSD.
Crazier than the stuff I watched on Newgrounds.
Great show to get
Good
stoned
Newgrounds.
to.
Oh,
Just get some pop brownies, munch on some pop brownies, turn on Teletubbies, and you got yourself an afternoon.
Heck yeah.
Right. Oh, no. That's no. You're not supposed to clean that. And there we go. Speaking of cleaning. Anyway. Big stretch. It is the Oogie Loves. Love as in Love. So the guys who made the American version of Teletubbies decided that they were going to make a movie. And the movie was called The Oogie Loves.
Oh god,
the
I think I heard of this.
The entire idea behind it is, imagine a children's television show similar to something like the Teletubbies or something similar to like Barney and Friends or whatever the heck. Except make it a movie. And I guess, and the thing is, it had very similar tropes to what you would see in one of those shows, because they had sequences where they would like ask the audience, just being like, "Can you guys help us find this?" Or just like, "What do you guys think?" And they really expected there to be like, interaction kind of things, including apparently there was a part of the movie that involved like having the kids getting out of their seat and dancing. How many theaters do you know that just allow you to get up and dance in the aisles? I don't know many, but I definitely know that for most people, a random dancing in a movie theater is a no-no. And I remember, I was working at a movie theater around the time that the Oogie Loves came out, and we got the Oogie Loves, and that movie had a total of 2 people walk into it. 2. And not like for each showing. 2. The whole time it was in the theater. And the only reason the 2 even showed up is because I think they had nothing else to do that day. And they saw the announcement for the thing, and they were just like, "Oh, yeah, I guess we'll go over to that." I don't know what they thought about the movie. I don't even remember if we paid them their ticket money back.
We like
I don't know.
Teletubbies and brought some pop brownies.
I doubt the child there had any pot brownies.
Okay, they actually did bring a child. From the way you sounded, it sounded like there wasn't a child. So
No. It was like a father. It looked like it was a father and his little son. It was like his 4-year-old son. And let me tell you, I don't know how the kid thought of it, but know for a fact that like enough people. Here's the thing. I think the problem with the Oogie Loves, I don't even know if it was a good movie, but what I do know is that
movie.
I think they really screwed up on the advertising for it. Now, I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't watch children's television, but I don't remember seeing any advertisements for this thing anywhere. The only places I ever saw advertising was like through the movie theater I was at. And here's the thing. If you're expecting the
There
movie
was a
theater
ton of
to be-
advertising for it. I just don't remember it because, like,
Really?
because, like, I know this movie because I watch a bunch of YouTubers who have done videos about it. And when they've talked about it, they've like mentioned like, yeah, this thing was marketed to hell and back, and I'm like, I don't remember any of this, but here it is in the video. It apparently existed.
I don't remember
just
that being
never saw any
advertised
of it.
anywhere. All I remember of the thing, it showed up on our doorstep one day, and we're just like, huh, all right, I don't know, zip it up. Like, string it up in the theater, I suppose. I guess. If this is the movie that we're playing, sure. But I remember the movie only was in that theater for a period of about 1 week. Now, usually, at an absolute minimum, theaters tend to hold movies for about 2 weeks. More if they think that there's an interest in the film. So the fact that, like, negotiations could even happen to have the movie get removed from the theater, I think was kind of a godsend. And I think, like, the original creators of the movies even sort of, like, you know, they bowed out and they were like, okay, yeah, no, this isn't working out. You can go ahead and just send the movie back. And I remember what ended up happening was, you know, there was an extra free movie space that the theater couldn't do anything with. So they were just like, hey guys, you want to get Frozen back? and everyone was just like, hell yeah, we do. And so in its place, like, they brought Frozen back, and Frozen did extremely well for the second screening. So
that's kind of funny.
That's like the only time that movie theater ever had a second screening of a movie after it had already left that theater. Where it's like, whatever. So,
It's really funny.
Disney definitely overthrew the Oogie Loves with an iron fist.
That's really funny.
Bendy says there was also the Raggedy Ann and Andy movie that was basically like the first ever version of
That
Weird
it's a
Beginnings?
trip and a half, and it makes no sense, but it's awesome. It's by
I
Richard
haven't
Williams.
seen it. I haven't seen it, but I have seen some scenes from it, and it does look like a drug trip.
It's amazing. It's the best kind of 70s drug trip. It's great. Gooseworks is a huge fan of it. That's why Ragatha exists, is because she loves a Raggedy Ann and Andy movie that Richard Williams made. And also there is a huge reference to it in the second episode of Digital Circus with the Fudge. It's the Greedy from that movie. It's just a big slime monster. It's literally the same thing. It's great.
Cool.
I'm like, I know what that's referencing when I saw that.
No girl's toy.
Yeah, it's great. The movie is not that great. It's complicated. The movie is kind of a mess, but it is very
it's one
very
of those
beautifully
just, like,
animated, and it is a lot of fun to
train wreck
watch.
of a mess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's objectively not a good movie, but it is extremely fun to watch and very beautifully animated. So it kind of works as it doesn't work as a movie, but it works as an experience. I'll say that.
You know, I don't know why, but for some reason, in my this doesn't fit the description you gave at all. You said, like, you know, it's not a good movie, but it's entertaining to watch. No. The movie I just thought about, it's not good, and it's also not entertaining to watch. I feel awkward just even saying the title of the movie. You know the movie Freddy Got Fingered?
God. Yes, I do. Unfortunately.
First of all, don't
Sorry, I'm
watch
back.
it. Hello. Yeah, for people in the chat, don't ever watch this movie. Don't bother.
What?
Don't bother. Oh, we're talking about Freddy Got Fingered. So,
AKA Chan the movie.
4chan the movie, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's kind of like 4chan before 4chan.
Sorry, I
was
was
made-
wiping the foam that was dribbling down the side of my mouth. What are we talking about?
Green.
We're talking. I don't want to keep saying the name of the movie. Also, hello, Snap.
Oh.
Clark, cover your ears.
Well then, don't say the name of the movie.
Sci-Fi says, yeah, just by the title alone, I don't think I want to check it out.
Yeah, no.
So
don't.
it was made by the visionary that is Tom Green, and basically the idea behind the movie is, imagine the most uncomfortable and really awkward and really unwatchable things you could possibly watch. That's it. In fact, I think that's the entire point of the movie. That's the entire reason why Tom Green even made it to
Pretty
begin with.
sure that, yeah, I think Tom Green set out to make the worst movie imaginable and succeeded, because that's his entire shtick.
And he did, yeah. Oh, Listless says,
Congratulations,
wondering
you
why I
succeeded.
can't hear anything. Also me.
Task
Muted tab
failed
like 8 hours
successfully.
ago. Haha! And anyway, no, there's a couple of really famous parts of that movie. If you've ever seen that one meme of like, Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? That went around for a little while there. That's from that movie.
That part's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it's a little funny.
It's
The rest
funny
of the
in a
movie is
stupid
just
and random way, but it's kind of funny.
The rest of the film is just uncomfortable. I've seen some scenes of this. I haven't watched the whole thing, but I've seen enough of it where I'm just like, no. Big ol' go away. I don't want to touch that. But what's funny is that, like, it's almost ingenious in a way because, like, you know, to set out to actively make something so disgusting and so vile that it's the worst movie ever, that earns a little of credit somehow, you know?
People
Like-
who like it for that, like, it's kind of, I don't know if you call that an ironic appreciation, but they're like, this guy obviously set out to make, I don't think this guy actually set out to make a good movie. He actually set out to make a terrible movie, and he
Right, this guy-
succeeded. You have to
this guy's not
respect
trying
that.
He's not trying to make, like, Citizen Kane or anything like that. He knows what he is. And hey, I gotta give that. I gotta give that to him, man. Anyway.
I think the movie won Razzies, and Tom Green showed up to the Razzies and was, like, honored. Like,
That is insane.
so, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And achieved
Fair enough.
exactly what he set out to achieve with that movie.
If that works for him, then hey, more power to him.
If it works
Anyway,
for him.
We've been streaming for a long time here, and I think now it is time
Yeah,
to...
my family's been yelling at me all night.
Yell
Ugh.
back.
I can't
Anyway.
now, it's midnight, they're asleep, but yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Cool World. Oh man. Cool World.
Yo, oh
I'm
man,
trying
there
to-
is such a story behind that movie. Like, the
Probably a
original
story that
concept
goes
was
on
so
way too freaking
interesting.
long.
The original concept for that
Super
movie is
Sci-Fi
so
is-
interesting.
Super Sci-Fi is saying The Room, anyone? Well, here's the thing. The Room was
The
made
Room is
by
great.
somebody... The Room was made by somebody who thought they were making a magnum opus. And,
Yeah.
you know, the person who nowadays is like, oh no, it was totally a joke. Don't you worry about it. It was all
No,
play
it
for
wasn't,
fun,
Tommy.
and I
It's
am
okay.
a genius. It's like, no, Tommy, no.
No, Tommy, no. We know
You are not.
you did know, you had no idea what you were doing.
Yeah,
It's,
I don't
I'm glad
know.
that I'm
I
glad
don't
that
know
he's
what
owning. At least he's owning it. But you know,
It's like I don't know what PR representative told you to say that, but we know it's not real. But yeah, that's a movie that's so bad that it's so entertaining to watch.
it's a
Freddy
very
Got Fingered is
Room is
not
very
like that.
entertaining.
Freddy Got Fingered
Yeah.
is so bad, and you never want to watch it. Matter of fact, like
Yeah.
there was actually I remember my brother had a it was like an initiation to his friend group that like you had to sit down and watch Freddy Got Fingered in order to be a part of the friend group.
Why?
And I'm like, are you trying to make like a friend group for masochists? What are you doing? Like, good freaking God. Anyway, yeah, I am ending things. Sorry. We're suddenly running on another tangent here. Long time, 2.5 hours. Respectful definition of long time, to be honest. Hey, look, this isn't like a streamathon or something. Come on. You know, I'm not doing like a subathon or whatever the heck. If I were to do that, then yeah, I would be streaming for a significantly longer period of time. But anyway, so next, the plan for the next couple of streams here. Again, I will be playing some more Sam & Max coming up next Wednesday. I hope you guys are enjoying it because I certainly am. I am also playing through Undertale Yellow. I have left myself on an obnoxious boss fight. So we'll see how that goes the next time we play that. That's happening next Saturday. And then, yeah, come back next week and we will be cleaning up a submarine. So, yeah, that will be about it. Any last words you want to say, guys?
Nope. Have a good night.
Informative. Okay, I'm going to take off. See you later, everybody. Have a good night.
See ya.
Bye-bye.